Good evening and welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. And tonight we have a topic like no other. We're going to discuss time. What is time all about? Is it Pink Floyd's time? Is it your time, my time, our time? And what do aliens have to do with it? Author Lisa Broderick is here. We'll bring her in momentarily. But first, as we do each and every night, let's give a roll call to everyone in our chat room so far. Race fan in the gold medal position. The lovely Steph Dickey takes home the silver, while the gorgeous Cosmic Fleur brings home a bronze medal. The lovely and talented Ozzy Ange, how are you? Nicola, nice to have you here, buddy. Simon Wales, thank you so much for kicking off the Super Chat tonight. The Super Chat is a great way to support this show on a nightly basis, so thank you so much, Simon. Really appreciate it. Fish on, Jeffrey DeRuin, Downshift, nice to have you all here. Mennonite Abe, good to see you. Ufologist or ufologist, one of the two, that's him. Grand Paul Holland in Australia, how's tomorrow looking, my friend? Please let us know from the future. We would appreciate that. Ross Smith, Raven is Ryan, how are you guys? Thanks for coming on in. As we scroll on down and down and down. John Swan, good to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. And then there's a big conversation. Simon Wales, ufologist. Simon Wales, ufologist. John Swan. The gorgeous Samantha Hazelwood Gray has returned. There she is. She's awaiting patiently for SOR. Love this show. Commonwealth Andrew, good morning to you. Goober Bear, Luscious Jules, how are you? And thank you so much for joining us tonight. Chad Smith is here, everyone. The Chad Smith. Lovely Michelle C. from Australia. Good to see you. Mama Susan, thanks for coming on in. We appreciate you. Michael Huntington, one of the top researchers out there, in my opinion. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. And where else are we going? Todd Purdon, good to have you here. The gorgeous and talented Kira has returned. Lovely Arlene, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. And who else do we have here? Mark Rademacher, nice to see you, my friend. Our good friend, Bigfoot Michigan Rob. Guess where he's from? Michigan, believe it or not. Good to see you, buddy. Millennium, good to have you back. And who else do we have joining us tonight? Richard Elmore, good to see you, bud. And let's keep on scrolling down. There's the lovely Helena. Thank you for joining us. And Chad apparently needs more woo in his life. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Spooky Morales, Uncle Dale and his power stash are here. Remember, if you're in Austin, Texas, find Uncle Dale, rub his power stash, as you will receive good luck on Black Friday. Yes, good luck on Black Friday. It's never heard of. Let's see, who else do we have? Project Blue Book, good to see you. Thanks for coming on in. And there's Ozzy, oi, oi to you. Nicole Perrin, or if you're French, Nicole Perron, nice to see you. The lovely Eva, how are you? Thanks for coming on in. The gorgeous Marie from LA. Nice to have you back. Video game player. Good to see you. Roy the boy. Nice to have you back. Apollo 11. Thank you for joining us. And Raven is Ryan. Good to see you, buddy. And we got about a minute to go here before we're going to launch the show. So let's get the radio side off and running. That always helps. And Diecasted. Nice to have you back. The gorgeous Teresa. The lovely and talented Kara McIver from Saskatchewan. Wave, Kara, so we could all see you and wave back. Thank you for joining us. John Brown, welcome to SOR Chat. The gorgeous Pam McSee, National Memorial, good to have you here. Grandmaster, what's up? Kathari, welcome back 2 nights in a row. And BBD Warrior, good to see you. And the lovely Dutch princess, Sally Vandevoort, has returned. There she is. GF. How are you? Good to have you here. And I think we're caught up. Holy cow, we're caught up. We made it. Remember, a great way to support this show is the Super Chat is open. So thank you so much for joining us. Hi, 509er. If you're brand new here, do not forget to hit that subscribe button and ring that bell, because we are here 7 days a week for your listening entertainment. Hi, Phil Minervito. The Preston Beckett, how are you? The gorgeous Dirt Road, nice to have you here. And did I miss anybody? Solar Warden, Logan L., good to have you here. Dirty Filth, good to see you, buddy. Jose, what's happening? And guess what? We're talking time tonight. Lisa Broderick is going to tell us her story in like 5 seconds. So do me a favor, get your horns up. It's time to rock to Bumblefoot. Let's do it. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read up on Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag and so much more. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. Oh, do we have a good one for you tonight? Yes, we do. Author Lisa Broderick is here. She's going to explain everything about time. And I'm going to be honest with you. Time is one of those things that scares me. You know why? It runs out. But Lisa's going to debate me on that because she's probably going to slap me around and tell me point blank that I am dead wrong on this subject. So let's learn about our favorite author here on time. Lisa is an accomplished senior executive whose career has been defined by understanding how technology impacts society and changes behavior. She is also someone who experiences and studies the world in terms of data, best practices, and quantum science. Lisa teaches that life is about constant change, in which energy and matter are the basis of transformation. Now she's got a groundbreaking book out called All the Time in the World. It reveals how new scientific literature is revolutionizing our understanding of what time is, and more importantly, how we can affect it. Allthetimebook.com is the website. Lisa, welcome to Spaced Out Radio for the first time. How are you?
Dave, thanks so much for having me. This is great.
It is great. And unfortunately, we don't have you on camera tonight. You're in a hotel room somewhere in Seattle, or you're at your house somewhere. Like doing a tour in Seattle virtually. I don't really understand because, you know, I'm Canadian. We don't have that much technology up here just yet.
That's
You know,
what I understand.
maybe in 50 years or something like that. But it is so good to have you here. And, you know, it's not very often we have some executives who come on this show talking about, you know, things that would interest our audience. Have you always been a little bit of and I mean this politely, a different thinker, a world thinker, a universal type thinker?
Always, that's a big term, but I will say I did have a death experience at a very young age. And from what I can remember, although memories grow and change, I was different afterwards. That's when I was about 4 years old. And I fell through a plate glass window in a remote part of Arizona and bled out pretty much at the scene. But I remember the whole thing. I remember being on the plate glass window, half in, half out. I remember riding to this hospital or the country facility in the back of the station wagon. And most vividly, I remember looking down from above at where I was when I was being tended to. But then I was back in my body and a little girl full of life. But I was different, Dave. The world was different. It was alive. And I discovered I had a superpower. And the superpower was I understood and felt like I could control time.
No way. Oh, my.
Yes way.
Let's go back to what happened. How did you fall through that table?
I fell through the window. And so my parents were New Yorkers who had moved to Arizona. Arizona at the time in the 60s was a seat of a new industry called the computer industry. Imagine. And we were in a cabin in the mountains, in the White Mountains in Arizona. And my sister and I, she was a year younger, we were jumping on the bed as little girls would do. And my mother was sitting there. My father was playing pool a couple of cabins down. And the bed was on coasters and it rolled away. And as it rolled away, I felt myself flying through the air. My mother remembers seeing me fly through the air in slow motion. And I went through the plate glass window head first and stayed there, half in, half out.
Holy cow. And when you went through this experience, do you remember falling?
I remember falling in a spiritual, psychic sense or falling into the window.
falling into the window and then falling and hitting the ground.
I never hit the ground. I was impaled on the window.
Oh,
Yeah, ouch. It is something
oh,
my family did not talk about for a very long time.
oh my
And so
goodness.
finally we did start to talk about it, and I started to ask about it and remember. But since that time, I had an unusual experience with time, and that is I would often be able to slow down the field. Imagine a little person, in first and second and third grade doing soccer and track and having these experiences of slowed down time, which I did. There's a story in the book when I was 8 years old and I bowled a nearly perfect game in bowling because I was so in the zone that if I bowled in a different direction, I still got a strike. It was a heck of a childhood. And I didn't really tell anybody for fear that I would be seen as crazy or weird, but I knew that this was a growing ability of mine. And later in my 20s, I learned to meditate, and then I really started to open up. I realized that time and reality and so many things we think about are not what we think. There's something else going on there.
I am a big sports fan, and I used to cover the NHL back in my radio days because I had a face for radio back then, still do. And I will say this, in all the interviews I ever heard of Wayne Gretzky, the one thing that he always said and people always commented on was that it was like he was able to slow down time and
Mhm.
slow the game and everything down to his pace to control everything that was happening on the ice. And that's why he became the greatest player ever in modern history of hockey. And when I hear you talking about that, I quickly got a flash to that because I mean Gretzky is my idol, and he's one of those people who often talked about seeing things happen before they happened, and reading everything and slowing down the pace. And is that kind of what happens to you after this incident as a child?
It is, and actually that experience in sports is quite common. Bill Russell famously talked about it going back to the 70s, and he didn't want to talk about it because he thought he would be seen as crazy or weird. But there were times on the field he could slow down the court, pick every shot, do what he needed to do. Now it's taught in athletics, as you know. It's taught for people to use imagery and this growing ability that we may have as human beings to slow down the field and slow down time. It can be very useful in athletes. To an 8-year-old girl, it was a little weird.
Okay, so going back to 8 years old, before we get more into time, I want to learn more about your near death experience. When did you pop out of your body?
Almost immediately. So at the scene, again, this was a very remote part of Arizona, which was very remote at the time. In the 60s, way northern Arizona near the Grand Canyon was not very populated, and it's still not. So I was there. We had cabins in a place called the White Mountains, and I was half in, half out. I remember vaguely things like that, but I can tell the orientation of my body. I can remember that to this day. A doctor was on the scene and told my mother that I wasn't going to make it. And so you can imagine that everything else ensued from that. And because I was probably unconscious, and I say probably, absolutely, I was unconscious when you think about the medical aspect of this. Unconscious, I remember everything. I remember the station wagon and the siding on it and where I was and which door I was put into and the orientation in the station wagon, and then getting to the medical facility, which was not a hospital, it was a country facility, and then seeing from above. I did not see my body, but I could see, and I can still draw if I needed to, the facility from above. There was a window on the right. There was a metal medicine cabinet on my right. The table was below me. There were people below me doing things. There was a light. I remember all of that. And then suddenly I was back. Suddenly I was not above anymore. And when I woke up conscious later on, of course, I was in a body cast from my armpits to my waist in Phoenix in the summer. So you can imagine that. But I remembered much of the experience, even though my family never talked about it. They were quite traumatized by what had happened.
Well, they were probably just happy to have their little girl back, and that was miracle in itself.
Oh, yeah, I would think so.
For you though, when did you start noticing your change in everything in the way you looked at life? Was it when you became conscious of it? Was it a few months later?
So you think back as memories, and I've studied memories and the brain and brain waves, and memories grow and change, and they're informed by the present, right? So we may have a memory of something, and we see something in our present life 30, 40, 50 years later, and it accrues to the memory we think we had 60 years ago. With that said, at the time, everything was alive, Dave. Everything was, but I was a little girl, and so I would see animals as alive. But to this day, I thank the garbage. The garbage is alive. So here's a thought about consciousness. If everything is consciousness, then you have minerals. And so what can minerals do? Minerals can grow, they can accrete, and they can decay, right? They grow mountains and they get flatter. And so then you have plants, and plants can accrete and decay, and they can also seek and ingest food. A different level of consciousness, all conscious. Then you have animals. Animals can accrete and decay, they can ingest and seek food, and they can do other behaviors. They have emotions. Animals are with tremendous emotion. So another level of consciousness. And then you have humans. We think we're the top of the food chain. I'm not so sure about that. So we can do everything that all the other types of consciousness can do. But the one thing that we may be able to do that others cannot do is that we can seek to become. So my cat Al cannot seek to become the best cat ever, but I could seek to become. I could seek to become an author or a pilot or an astronaut or write a book on time. So I think of everything as alive anyway, but I was aware of this at a very young age.
For you growing up with this special power or ability, whatever you want to call it, how did it define how you grew up as a young girl, going into teenagehood and then into college and then into adulthood?
Well, as a young girl, I was an animal lover because I had known that everything was alive. So I was a bit of a Dr. Doolittle. I had animals of all kinds. I had a tortoise that we would ride. I had a 6-foot green iguana in Phoenix, which I would walk on a leash, which I gave to the Phoenix Zoo when we moved away back to Silicon Valley. I had saved pigeons and chickens, and I had a crayfish named George. So everything was alive because they were all personal to me, personalities. That's what I remember most. But also, when I would run, Dave, the field slowed down, just like Wayne Gretzky. I could run in slow motion. And in fact, I would sometimes have nightmares in slow motion because I was so rattled by this experience of time that I had. Only later on, after the bowling incident, and then there's a story in the book about my driving to take the SAT, and I left way too late to arrive on time, but I had to get in to college and I had to take the SAT, so I did arrive on time. After that, I started to appreciate that this might be something I could develop. And then I learned to meditate in my 20s and everything changed.
You are a professional woman. You are someone who has been highly successful in a professional corporate matter. How did that forge your career? Those experiences.
Oh, there are some funny stories in the book. And so I call them business miracles. The thing that happens and everybody looks around the table and thinks to themselves, how did this happen? And I just shrug my shoulders and say, I don't know. So the ability to time and matter are inextricably linked. We know that. In fact, my theory of time, one of the theories of time that's out there, is that time only exists because matter moves. No movement, no matter, no time. That's interesting. Some people think that time is something that is a property of the universe. I'm not sure I agree with that. In any event, so if time and matter and energy are all inextricably linked, then we could use them to create things we want, experiences we want, which I do to this day. In fact, being on the show and writing the book and the other things that have happened in my life, I've sort of created with this ability to change and manipulate time.
Time is so scary for a lot of people, myself included. I don't think of myself as a 48-year-old man, deep down if I were to look inside myself. I feel about 30, you know, maybe a little bit more handsome at this age, but about 30. I love the way I think. I love the way I can take a message and break it down better than when I was younger. But you know what? Life is short, and everything that we do is time related. And I want to get a lot more into that when we get back from the break at the bottom of the hour. We still got about 8 minutes left. But for you, figuring out time that you had the ability to manipulate it, how has this affected your daily life?
Well, it's a daily life. One thing about this show, and that is I don't sleep in a normal fashion. I only sleep from 11 to 3 a.m. And then I do things, which I'll share with you later on, between 3 and 6 a.m., which are all about changing time and creating things in my life. So then I sleep a little bit more between 6 and 8 if I have to get up. And so my daily life consists of creating things that I want, thinking about things I want, manipulating time at this wonderful mystical time at night between 3 a.m. local time, and then getting up the next day and living it. It's like living the movie you want to create every single day of your life, and you've created it in advance. You're the writer, the director, the actor, the script, the everything.
How come when we were kids, time moved so slowly? And then, like, I noticed it when I became a parent at 25 years old and my daughter was born. That's when I noticed how all of a sudden time is just started speeding up and everything happening so fast. What is that shift?
Well, I think that shift is more biological. And of course, we're biological entities. Our brains are fabulous computers, but it's neurochemical processes, right? So, a theory about that, which is time passing slowly when you're a child and more rapidly when you grow older, is the feebleness of the brain. I'm sorry, Dave. Apparently, the theory is not my theory, another's theory. And that is when you're young, your brain is agile and wonderful and growing and doing all kinds of things. And it takes lots of pictures. It has lots of memories. So imagine a deck of cards and there's a lot of cards. It's very thick. If you were to flip the deck of cards, flip through them, you'd see a lot of cards, a lot of memories, and it would go slowly. Later on, as your brain becomes a little feeble, like for those of us who've been around for a while, it may take fewer pictures. It may have fewer memories. Your deck of cards is thinner. And with a thinner deck of cards, you can flip through them more quickly. Time seems to pass more quickly as we age. That's one theory.
Yeah, because I remember when, as a kid, my parents would yell out the front door, give you the 10-minute warning if you were playing with your buddies, and it's getting late, and you got the street lights about to come on and you're playing football or baseball or hide and go seek or something along those lines. 10 minutes seemed to take forever.
It did. Your brain was taking lots of pictures. Your young, agile brain. Think of the deck of cards. It's very thick with memories. Later on, you got a skinny deck. You can flip through it more quickly. Time passes more quickly. That's a biological explanation, but that doesn't mean that's what time is.
Hmm. Okay. So define time then.
Well, in one sense, time is our experience of moving around. No movement, no change, no time. Think about it. If you were in a world that had no change, would there be time? We chronicle time by the movement of the earth relative to the sun, where there's day and night. Movement. The earth is moving around the sun, right? More movement. And then the galaxy, solar system. All of this is movement. No movement, no time. So here's a thought. Time is a linear construct created for this plane of existence. Now that's a mind bender. It's linear. We've constructed it. It's based on motion. Is it really? There's a plane of existence, dimensions. Maybe it only exists for us like it does now because of the dimensions we're in.
A lot of people believe time was shifted in 2012 and something happened with the Mayan calendar to speed things up. Do you buy that?
Well, I tend to stick to scientific explanations, although I'm a very spiritual person, deep down my own beliefs. A lot can be explained when you talk about multiverses, and that is a valid scientific explanation for time. And that is birthed in every moment is a timeline, which is coming out of this moment now, which is going in parallel again, alongside the moment that just happened while it continues in its way, so that an infinite number of universes are all going parallel at the same time. So if there was a shift in the Mayan calendar, maybe we all just shifted to a new timeline in the multiverse.
Oh, that answers would answer so many questions. And that would completely, not to sound too much woo for you, but that would completely answer the entire idea of something as weird as the Mandela effect.
It would answer something as the Mandela effect, right? And basically, the Mandela effect is where you are experiencing something that hasn't happened yet. It's like the converse of deja vu, right? And so you're experiencing this thing, and it would be a group experience. A lot has been done in group consciousness, the Global Consciousness Project with Dean Radin, right? And so there are many thoughts about how we can experience things as a group, experience things that haven't happened yet, experience things that have happened but didn't happen that way. And a multiverse is a valid explanation. Also, people lose time in terrible accidents. The next segment, I'll tell you stories about people who've simply lost time. They may have ended up in a different universe.
Well, and that's my thought. And now you got my head spinning here because now we're getting into a lot of the topics that I enjoy. And I tend to believe a lot of these, missing 411 type people are actually alive, but somehow went into a different dimension or a portal or something that took them to a different timeline.
It absolutely may have. And again, the stories of lost time where people should have died. I know people personally who've had these experiences. I had one. I had an experience, and many of them are while driving, by the way. So watch out when you're driving. Be careful. No texting. So experiences happen while driving, probably because danger is very possible while driving. I mean, it's a giant vehicle. It's a weapon in a sense. You could harm yourself or others. People are driving very fast. Accidents happen. And somehow people survive, but they've lost time. Maybe it's because they didn't survive in the other multiverse and they survived in this one. And we're all going forward with them.
Wow. This is going to be a lot more heavy than what I thought. I love you already. I do. Yeah, I am a fan already, and
Wait till we talk about ETs. I have some theories there.
well, we can get into that because I'm an experiencer.
Oh,
Yes, and I've been face to face with a couple of extraterrestrials, and none of this nighttime sleeping crap either. Um,
right.
so I'm game to go with ETs later on, definitely. That that
Wonderful.
that's my game. That's my game right there. We got about 90 seconds before we have to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. Author Lisa Broderick is our guest tonight. She has a brand new book out called All the Time in the World. It can be found at any major bookstore. I'm definitely adding this one to my library. But Lisa, as we move on, and people fit everything into time, are we really enclosing ourselves into our own environment and shutting down our own lives because we worry too much about time?
Yes, I would think so. I would say so. And that is if time is a linear construct, the verb construct, right? We've constructed it. Break out of that. Here's an idea: pull yourself out of time. In the rest of the show, we'll talk about pulling yourself right out of time, stepping out of time. Here's how you do it. And there's one thing that I care about, and that it's people living a life of fulfillment and promise and meaning. That's possible, but not if you're a slave to time.
Mm. Yes, I would consider myself a slave to time. Totally a slave to
Well,
time.
by the end of this show, we'll have you freed.
Oh, please, please do, because I work 16 hours a day and I sleep very little like you. My mind is always going. And meditation, I try. I try and meditate every day. Every day
That's
in the
good.
gym. So I don't know if it's working or not, but we'll find out. Lisa, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. We have Lisa Broderick on tonight. Her website, allthetimebook.com, a brand new book called All the Time in the World. You can get it at any major bookstore. This is one you want. This is what you're looking for. Slow down time. Life's too short. Let's make it happen. See what we got when we come back on Spaced Out Radio right after this. Stay tuned. I'm not going to lie. I'm caught off guard here in a good way. I rarely am caught off guard.
This will be fun.
Oh,
It's already fun.
You're talking my language, lady. And I'm liking it.
Wait till we talk sine waves and phase, Dave. We're really going to get into it.
Oh, you're going to break me tonight. You are going to break me. I love
it'll
it.
be fun.
I love it. I am just so enthralled by this. Because honestly, and I'll get into this next half hour. I try not to give up too much during the break, but like I said to you, time scares me. It really does. I never thought I would see myself 2 years away from 50, or not even. Holy cow! Like,
That's a number. We'll dive into that if you want to get a little not personal in a way that's too revealing, but we could have some fun.
I don't mind getting personal.
Okay.
I'm an open book to my audience.
Here's the thing, Dave. When you've had a death experience, you know that no one and nothing ever dies. In fact, I'll tell the story of my mother's death where she came back. And people were in the room and my brother was in the room, not in her corporeal body, but in a way that she was manipulating electricity to let us know she was there. She didn't go anywhere. She had an out-of-body experience. She was out of phase, Dave. I think it's a measurement issue having to do with phase, literally.
That might be the entire answer to the paranormal.
I believe it is phase, right? Think of two. We can go into the two sine waves, one slightly behind. You wouldn't see it. They get into resonance, then you do see it. I have an analogy. I use the two flutes, which I think people really can wrap their heads around what phase is and how it could be out of phase, so that you wouldn't see an alien, or you'd see them briefly and then they'd be gone. Or the paranormal. All of the paranormal is explained this way. That's fun.
All right. I'm believing you. I am totally believing you.
Well, it's a lot of fun to think about.
I want to say a big thank you to Thomas Fessler and Simon for kicking off the super chats tonight, and Dirt Road as well. Thank you so much for your support here on the Mighty SOR. I really do appreciate it. The super chat is a great way to support what we do on a nightly basis. So thank you so much. And Thomas, by the way, great show tonight and last night as well. I love it that you helped set me up, dude. You do a great job. Great job. R&R, thank you for that super chat as well. Really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's good. It's good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to tackle one of my fears tonight. Time. Yeah. Lisa Broderick is here. Lisa, we have about 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay.
Scaring the crap out of me already. Is Reverend Keith here? I didn't even see Reverend Keith. Where's Reverend Keith? I don't even see him yet. Love me some Reverend Keith. Well, if you're here, I don't see you in the chat room. Some reason, sometimes on StreamYard, I can't see everybody in the chat room right away. But hello, Reverend Keith. Much love to you, my friend. And oh yeah, I will tell that story, John. I will tell that story coming up. Hello, gorgeous Lala. Welcome back. And oh, there's Reverend Keith. Thank you, my friend, for coming in. I love you, man. It's one of my spiritual gurus, Reverend Keith. And what's the story about the Jaws doll behind me right here? I have a fear of sharks. Total fear of sharks. And Dirty Filth sent that to me. Scared me. Are you still there, Lisa? Or you're on mute?
I was laughing, so I was on mute.
Oh no, you're allowed to laugh at me. That's okay.
I'm celebrating you, Dave. I'm celebrating you.
Nice. You're way too kind. Way too kind. Yeah, you're more than welcome to laugh at me. Everybody else does. We can't have fun. I don't mind being the fish in the barrel for that. Radagast the Gray, welcome to our channel. Toe Tag, good to see you. Gorgeous Science Melinda. And we're 15 seconds away from launching here. And if you haven't subscribed yet, do us a favor. Hit that subscribe button. Ring the bell. We're here 7 days a week. Let's rock out. We got 3 seconds. Let's do this. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read up on Shirky Poo's Newswire. You got our swag to check out as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. Author Lisa Broderick is here. Brand new book out called All the Time in the World. You can find it in any major bookstore and online. And Lisa, thank you so much for doing this. I just want to give out your website, allthetimebook.com, to teach us all about you. Really appreciate you being here and scaring the daylights out of me tonight. Really, and I'll tell you why. All right.
Okay, why?
I hate growing old.
That's not what it's about.
Well, I realize that, but you see, here's always been my theory. Okay, when I was 22, even before that, all right, my grandfather, who I absolutely idolized, all right, he always had a very old thinking. He always thought about the old days. It was all about, he never moved forward in time, if I could use that term. And he died at 70, very young. And I always remembered when at 22 he passed away. And I always remembered, this saying, I don't want to grow up, because when you grow up, you grow old. And when you grow old, you die. And I have a complete fear of death. Even though I'm very spiritual, I do believe life continues on past this. What it is, I don't know. I hope what I think is correct, but I have a fear. And that is why I am so afraid and literally get major anxiety, panic attacks about time and growing old and seeing my children get older. I don't remember my nephews being teenagers. I remember them being small. And then all of a sudden, a couple of years ago, we go over to my parents' house for Christmas, and all my nephews are like giants and in their early 20s and hanging on out. And I'm like, where did this come from? I don't even know these people. Like, I'm paranoid of it.
Well, your brain didn't take very many pictures because they were your nephews. So that's one thing, right? You had a picture of them when they were small and then when they were older. So that's that. I will use something from the business world, which is a little bit glib, but fear, false evidence appearing real, Dave. False evidence. That is not true. Even Einstein said time is an illusion. And the stories about what happens and what people experience are so profound when it comes to living life and life beyond life and all the other things we can experience. There's really no reason to be afraid. And I'll tell you stories about real experiences. Well, one story would be that my mother, she was very clinically minded. She was an economist, and I was trained as an economist as well at Stanford. And so economics is the study of human behavior, right? In order to take data and predict what the humans will do next. But it's very scientifically minded. And so at the end of her life, she had cancer, and we knew that she was very near death. And I was working on this book, and I said, Mom, it's possible that you don't go anywhere when you die. And she said, oh, I don't know. I said, well, they've had these experiences, and I didn't really share with her a lot of what I was thinking of, because I didn't think I would find, friendly ears when I did that. But I said, Mom, maybe electricity is the easiest thing to manipulate. And maybe if we're all here, we knew she would die at home. We were there with her. My brother's a physician. And so we were home with her. And I said, just think about it. Give us a show. Give my brother a show, right? If you're on the other side and you can. She said, oh, I don't know. I said, well, just think about it. Well, she died that next morning, very early in the morning at 2 a.m. And we were in her home, and we didn't know, there was no reason to call anyone. So we just stayed there, and she stayed there too. And around 4 a.m., I was in her bedroom with my sister, and I got this overwhelming feeling to leave the bedroom. It was like a thunderous energy about the room. So I got my sister up off the floor who was sleeping. I said, come on, we should go in the other room. We get to the other room and immediately the radio goes on next to my mother's body, full blast at 4 a.m. And my brother looks at me and he goes, I've been here for days. That radio has never gone on. So number one, the radio was not on a timer. We thought to ourselves. Then the television was in the living room. We weren't watching television. The television reset itself. It tried to turn on. No one was touching the television, and the television was suddenly turning on. So that's 2 data points. We were a little rattled, but then we went to sleep, and the next day, and they came and they took her body away. And we decided to drive to my brother's property, which was, miles away in the Santa Cruz Mountains. We were there sitting and thinking about life, and it was hours and hours later. And he gets a call on his phone, a cell phone. And so they want to know why my mother's MediAlert pendant is being depressed. Where is she? And my brother says, well, she's died, and the pendant is next to her, is on her bedstand, and the house is locked. And it was depressed for 40 minutes. So he looks a little pale and looks at me, and I think to myself, Mom, you just gave us a show. Nothing and no one ever dies. That's the first law of thermodynamics, Dave. I'm surprised you don't remember your physics. Conservation of energy.
If I had remembered my physics, I would be retired with a nice retirement package from the Canadian Armed Forces by now.
Well, so first law of thermodynamics, conservation of energy. No energy is ever lost. It's only transformed, transmuted, changed. Second law of thermodynamics, entropy. We observe that things are in a state of order and they grow to disorder. They age, grow, die, decay, become different, right? But the truth is that entropy, the second law of thermodynamics, is an observational law. It's not an immutable law. We observe that, but it's not, entropy is not a thing. It's an observation. What's behind the entropy? And here's the other thing about entropy, things growing, aging, and dying, becoming more disordered. It's possible that the opposite would happen, that the wine glass that you just shattered would put itself back together. It's possible that people go in the other directions, like the Benjamin Button story. It's extremely unlikely, but it is possible in physics.
I remember when my 29-year-old nephew died in 2018. And much like your mother, we had some weird experiences. And my nephew was a young man who had a fentanyl problem. And he was in rehab when he broke down, and it was things happen. But I remember going down there. I found out on a Wednesday or on a Wednesday night, and I went down to my parents' house on that weekend. And my nephew, when he was coming down, stayed with my parents. And my mom used to tell me that he would get up at about 4 o'clock every morning, walk to the kitchen to grab a glass of water. Then he would open up the fridge, grab something to eat, then back to the sink to grab a glass of water, and then go back to bed. So on this particular night, I'm sleeping on my parents' couch, which their living room was right beside the kitchen. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, my parents always have this garbage can where they put their recyclables, or this garbage bag tucked into a drawer where they put their recyclables. And that bag at 4 o'clock in the morning came crashing down to the floor, onto the tile floor, and spilled cans all over the place. And I said to to my nephew, I said, dude, really? I'm trying to sleep here. I just literally
perfect reaction.
But the cool part about it was, later that next morning, we had to go and get his things. And if anybody's never done that before, that's one of the worst things I've ever gone through in my life. And I hope I don't have to do it again. But so we go to the police station, pick up his stuff. Then we go to the rehab facility to pick up the remainder of his clothing and everything. And I take my sisters, including his mom. I said, let's try and find the park where he passed away, because he passed away on a picnic table in a beautiful park in Vancouver.
Hmm.
And so I literally have no idea where this park is. And I remember saying to him telepathically or mentally, I said, tell me where the park is. But I called my nephew Stu. I said, tell me where this park is, Stu. And all of a sudden he says, take a right at I hear him in his voice say, take a right at the lights. So I take a right at the lights, and be damned if the park isn't like 200 feet from that intersection. And as we're driving past this park, I see this beautiful park caretaker driving on a John Deere ATV. And I quickly wave her down, and I run across the street, and I said, hey, ma'am, sorry to bug you. I said, there was a body found here last week, and that was my nephew, and I have his mother in my truck. Could you please tell me, or do you know anything about this? And she literally drops her jaw, goes completely white, and she goes, my God, I was hoping to find somebody from the family because I'm the one who found him.
Oh, my.
I mean, that was completely set up by my nephew on the other side. And she took us to the park, the exact same picnic table in the exact same spot, and showed us how he fell asleep and never woke up.
Mm-hmm.
And it was powerful. One of the most powerful moments of my life. And that's all from my nephew.
Wow. Well, that is a tremendous story. And so we wonder how these things happen, right? And we wonder how something like that could creep over into our physical world of universes and cars and bodies and computers and things. But I have a theory about that. You want to hear it?
I would love to.
So imagine that everything is about time, right? There's matter and there's time. And so we think about our universe, and we think about waves, as has been famously said. If you want to understand the universe, you need to think about frequency and vibration. So let's talk phase and waves, right? So waves are electromagnetic, there's sound waves, there's light waves, there's even gravity waves. So there's all kinds of waves in our world, in our universe. Now, phase, we hear that word. What does phase mean in physics? It means to synchronize something with something else. Okay, so imagine a sine wave. A sine wave is just a simple wave that goes up and down, repeating forever, same height, same low, right? Highs and lows. That's the amplitude, the height of it. But that occurs, the up and the down, the height and the amplitude occurs over time, over an x-axis. So how frequently that happens is the frequency of the wave occurring over time. So let's take an easy wave. We'll take a sound wave. Imagine you have two perfectly tuned flutes, okay? So one flute starts playing, it's perfectly tuned, it's playing one note. You hear that, right? It's generating sound waves. You can hear the sound waves because of the way our ears are constructed. Another perfectly tuned flute, tuned to it, starts to play the same note. Now, for a moment, you would hear the second flute, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You would. But then what happens? Phase would synchronize them. They would be in phase. You would only hear one flute. But for a moment, you heard two flutes. So imagine your nephew, and imagine my mother, and imagine all of the other things we think of as paranormal, which are paranormal to us, are an experience of time and phase. Imagine something or someone is a little before or a little ahead, or just plain better at manipulating time than we are. And it goes in and out of phase, which is why we might sometimes see things. We sense things. Things happen, but then it goes back into phase. Phase is synchronous with us, and then we go about our lives like nothing happened. This is a way to explain all of this phenomenon. The flutes, it's the perfectly tuned flutes in and out. It could even explain the existence and the sightings and experiences of extraterrestrials, right? That we sometimes see, but we don't see, and they're there and they're not there, and we don't really know what's happening. Maybe aliens are just plain better at manipulating time than we are.
I can see that. And I can appreciate that on an extraterrestrial level. For you, though, when we die, are we just going to a different plane? Are we going to a heaven where there is no time? Because Earth is really the only place where time exists that we know of.
Well, there's time and space, right? So time passes in space. We know that because we know that black holes are real, and we know that time slows down the greater the gravity. I mean, we've gotten far enough out into space to know that time movement is in outer space, therefore time is in outer space. And it's pretty much the same time on Earth. Sidereal time, which is calculated based on the planets, is a little bit different than time on Earth, but it's not greatly different. What is greatly different is a big gravitational body. Now that slows down time like a black hole. With that said, if time exists because things move around, and if the first law of thermodynamics holds, which is that energy is never lost, it's simply conserved, it's changed into a different form. So imagine someone dies and leaves their body, and there's even a thought that the body is lighter upon death. I'm not sure that that's true, but some people believe that. That energy, that consciousness is somewhere. And think about the brain for a moment. The brain is a bunch of neurochemical interactions, but it's much more than the sum of the parts. That doesn't explain consciousness. And consciousness is an energy. A brain and consciousness are not the same things. The brain is much greater than the consciousness is much greater than the physical parts of the brain and the chemical reactions. So something's going on here. And so imagine the corporeal body can no longer support life, right? And then something happens with phase. It becomes another flute, a perfectly tuned flute, and it's here for a while. But also, Dave, you talk about dimensions. And I do want to get into dimensions because I think this whole thing is a measurement problem. I think that we do not have the fine enough instruments and the greater intellect and ability to measure things, including multiple dimensions beyond the 11 or 26 that some people believe exist, in order to really know what's going on here.
Okay. Now, one of the things that I've often thought, and I'm going to put it in a paranormal explanation here, is I think that a lot of these ghosts are not ghosts or spirits at all. I think we're actually running into people on a different timeline. And let me give you my example with this, if you don't mind, as we've got about 5.5 minutes to go here. I was on a ghost hunt one time, and I was touring some people around on the original Gold Rush Trail, which is about 3/4 of a mile from my studio here in British Columbia. And of course, the Gold Rush Trail, for people who don't understand, literally started in Nevada, California, made its way up through Oregon and Washington into British Columbia, and right through to Alaska and the Klondike. Long story short, we had 9 people experience this, and we had 9 K2 meters. And I don't care what anybody thinks about paranormal gear. That's not part of the purpose. But we had 9 K2 meters that all lit up to bright red at the same time. And we started communicating with this spirit, realizing after asking questions that it was a husband and wife from China, because there was a large Chinese community in central British Columbia
Mhm.
that was mining gold. And they were on their way to this place called Barkerville, where that town was. And from there, after communicating with them, we said, okay, thank you. And we said, you guys can go now. And the problem was, none of the K2 meters went off. They all stayed at bright red. We couldn't figure out why they weren't leaving. And we said, you can go a number of times and re-thank them. And then I realized that all 9 of us were standing on the trail. So I
Mm.
started taking my K2 meter and walking down the trail and realizing, okay, if it's a husband and wife, there's likely horses behind them and a wagon. So I told everybody to kind of split up and go on both sides. And sure enough, as we split up, you see the back K2 meters start to turn off as the buggy and the horses and these people walked by until all 9 of those K2 meters were off. Now, to me, I often wonder in that experience if we were actually ghosts in their timeline that they were seeing and communicating with, or if they were truly ghosts at all and just people on a different dimension.
Well, I'm with you on the different dimensions. So we'll get back to science, right? Here's science. Science would say that only if something can be measured is it real. Okay, data point. You have K2 meters, that's great, right? You're measuring something. But the accuracy, the fine ability of things to measure, we can measure time down to a Planck length, in a Planck second, but that's probably huge for what we'll measure in the future. So maybe your meters were able to measure this. I completely agree that it's a dimension issue. And so what are dimensions, right? Dimensions are the minimum number of measurements, right, that we need to specify something, the object of something, the latitude, the longitude, the altitude, the height, the width, the depth, all kinds of things, right? So imagine there are aspects of measurement that we don't know yet. And the shape of things in space, right, are determined by things, and space isn't smooth. And so unseen, unmeasurable dimensions are out there, and they're not accessible to our current physics. They're not accessible to our current instruments. But you happened upon an experience where they were. You happened upon a timeline. You happened into a different dimension, if you will, and dimension only means to measure. So back to my statement before, this may be a measurement problem. It's a timeline problem, meaning out of phase, right? They're slightly behind us in terms of time, or ahead of us, or way behind us. And then suddenly they get into phase and we may see them or not see them. And that's a dimension, right? That is an unmeasurable aspect of what we normally can't see, but we did see for a moment.
So do you believe then, when you hear of people seeing thunderbirds flying in the sky, or claims of seeing dinosaurs running around, do you believe that they're not looking into this timeline, but a previous timeline that the Earth still hasn't forgotten?
Again, because it's a measurement issue and it's a perception issue. There's also one way that I describe time in terms of our experience, and that is time is one part physical and one part perception. There's a physical component to it, right? Time exists because we move around. Things move around, matter moves around. That's the physical part. The perception part is anyone's guess, right? It's the slowed down time of Wayne Gretzky. It's being in a different timeline. It's seeing something out of the corner of your eye and you're not quite sure that it's actually there. It's seeing something full on that you are sure it was there but couldn't possibly be there. I think it's all of the above, because the perception part is so open to the personal experiences that people have.
Wow. I don't even know where to go with that. I really don't.
I think it's so fun. Imagine that all of this is real and it's our perception and we're just not able to measure it. Imagine, here's an example. Okay, a stream of water is being poured into a glass, right? To our eyes, it looks like a constant stream. But if you look closer under a microscope, right, you'd see that it's not a constant stream. It is billions and billions of water molecules bumping into each other in the most violent way imaginable as they fall into the glass. 1.5 sextillion water molecules are in a single drop. Imagine we're the drop. The Earth is the drop.
And on that note, we're going to head out to commercial break right now. Top of the hour, Lisa Broderick is here. We got her for another 90 minutes here on Spaced Out Radio. Time. Do you believe it's happening? Can we slow it down? Can we make life a lot more enjoyable? What about the aliens? Yes, around here we can still say aliens. Sorry, Demi. Spaced Out Radio, Hour 2, with author Lisa Broderick, returns right after this. All right, Lisa. So in Hour 2 here is when I start allowing some audience questions as well.
Fun.
So we don't take callers, but they will ask questions in our chat rooms, and I'll read them to you.
Okay, perfect. How are we doing? You enjoying it?
Oh, this is heavy. and I mean that in the most dearest complimentary way. This is heavy. Like, I could sit with you and just chat about this for hours.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, good.
Yeah. And for a guy like me, like, I'm not a real science guy. I'm not a real big science guy. I never have been. It's never been my forte, but I'm learning here, and I could,
Mm.
and it's like I said, the whole trying to grasp the whole concept is really, really hard for me, but it's challenging, and I like that.
Well, so imagine in the dimensions, Dave, that you don't go anywhere, right? And in fact, in out of body, people don't go anywhere. They see everything and they come back and they can report things. And that's even been clinically studied. So, this whole idea that nothing and no one ever dies, that's how I live my life. And I'm not afraid of death. You just sort of change.
Hmm.
And if nothing else, as my brother would say, the doctor, it's a great coping mechanism.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. I hear you there. Let's see here. Are you having fun?
Oh, this is a blast. So fun.
Wonderful.
It is a little late for me, I will say. I've got to get my beauty sleep. I have an early morning, but I'm thrilled to be here. Thanks so much for having me.
I have to get my beauty sleep too. We can call it the night right now if you want. No, I'm teasing.
Oh no, wouldn't in the world.
Yeah, we're having a good night here. Very good night. This is just awesome.
Well, and we could do a little does the audience like quantum mechanics? Entanglement, quantum consciousness.
My audience is into everything. They are so
Okay.
brilliant. They are way more brilliant than I
Oh,
am.
let's talk Penrose.
Can go into anything you want.
As I say, for all the techies, Trekkies, astrophysicists, Penrose groupies, and Feynman fans, this is for you.
All right. Well, we have 3.5 minutes. So we get to just chill,
Good.
relax, and scare the hell out of me.
No, after this, be much more calm. So here, entropy, aging is an effect. It's not the cause. That's science, right? And so first and second law of thermodynamics, you can
What
you
about
don't have to
genetics,
age.
though? What about genetics?
Yeah, I think it's a program. So you got a program on your computer, you can unlock it. You don't have to open the program. I do not think genetics are prescribed. I think it's a program that we unlock.
Great. So you're saying if I would have unlocked it years ago, I wouldn't have a Santa Claus beard right now. Thank you.
And how perception, right, can affect how we live our lives.
True. I want to say a quick hello to the gorgeous Lynn Sows. Too much information. The lovely Shar. And who else has joined us here into our number 2? Brazelhoff. How are you? Glenn John McEnroe, the pride of Wimbledon. What's happening? All right. That's a good question, Michael. I will ask that when we come back. I got a bunch of questions already lined up for you.
Oh, good.
Yes, my audience is getting ready to fire. Yeah, there's some brilliant questions here. Holy cow.
Now, don't be mean to Lisa. I'm well-meaning, and I'm a person of good intentions.
Oh, bad questions never get through.
Okay.
Never get through. This is all journalistic integrity here. If there is such a thing anymore. Thank you, mainstream media, for killing that.
Yeah, things go in cycles.
Oh, I know. I'll never forget my old news director saying it's not about the news anymore. It's about infotainment. I heard that statement for the first time in early 2002.
I heard a statement right around then, which is that story's too good to check.
Yep.
Yow.
Yep. I really do believe, though, that Twitter really, really killed news.
Yeah.
It really did. Because the race to be first was more important than accuracy.
Right.
And that's what killed it. It all became about clickbait.
Yeah, and then it shapes people.
Oh, hugely.
Sad.
Hugely. We got less than a minute here.
Okay.
I want to say a big thank you to R&R, Dirt Road, Thomas, and Simon for the amazing super chats. Remember, people, the super chats are a great way to support what we do here on Spaced Out Radio on a nightly basis. So please, if you can, help us on out. We'd appreciate it. And if you can also support us by hitting that subscribe button, ringing that bell if you have it already. And don't forget, you can do a little shopping for some swag on our store at spacedoutradio.com. Yeah. Solar Warden, my vape tonight is orange ice. So it tastes like oranges. Yes, oranges. All right, here we go.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Let's kick off hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio right now. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Want to say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Zengadine. Zengadine is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read up on Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. Tonight we have author Lisa Broderick. And I'm telling you, this one is a brain teaser tonight. What do you think about time? She's got a brand new book out called All the Time in the World. Her website, allthetimebook.com. You can find her book in any major bookstore or online. Lisa, thank you so much for joining us.
Dave, thanks for having me. It's been great.
All right, let's kick things off here with a couple of audience questions, and we're going to get into the whole alien factor.
Ooh.
All right, let's do it. I want to start off with Sparkles in our SOR group on Facebook. She is asking, Lisa, I have experienced for years that there are fast time days and slow time days. Do you know what I mean? And if so, can you explain why or how this happens?
I do know what you mean, and that is a great question. So here's a theory that I have, and that is our perception of time changes based on what we're focusing on and how we focus. That's why I have an exercise called focused perception. So imagine that one of those days where time passed very slowly, you were doing the equivalent of watching a clock with a second hand. How fast do you think that day would travel? It would be glacial, right? But another day, right, you're not doing that. You're paying attention to nothing. Imagine the card deck with very few cards in it. You're taking very few memories. The day seems to fly by. It's what you focus on. In one instance, you're focusing on the clock with the second hand. On the second instance, you're focusing on only a few cards in your card deck, and time seems to fly by. If you want to slow down time, focus on something. If you want to speed up time, just go about your business and go from wake up in the morning and close your eyes at night, and the whole day will have happened in between.
All right, let's move on to another question. Kim is asking, how are your days different because you do not believe in death?
Well, scarce resources is a big issue. Think about that, right? So we live in a world and we have this belief that there's scarce resources, there won't be enough. And back to Dave and fear, false evidence appearing real. So what if the resources that we have are good for our needs? With that said, of course, there's some people who are in dire need. But living in fear of scarce resources, I think, really affects our ability to lead the lives we want and to grow and dream and change and create, an existence that follows our dreams. So we need to remove the fear, the false evidence appearing real, number one. And my fear of scarce resources was eliminated with the death experience, which is very common. I studied at the Monroe Institute, which is in Virginia Beach, Virginia, for expanded consciousness, and they study death quite extensively. It's one of the reasons I went there. And what they would say is when you've had these experiences, these sort of transcendent experiences, you realize that there are no scarce resources, that nothing and no one ever dies. In fact, your intellect increases, your ability increases, your emotional intellect increases, all kinds of things happen because you've sort of been unleashed, you've been unbridled by the slavery that we have to time, and a belief that there's scarce resources, which makes you afraid.
All right. Follow up from Kim. I want to know how to slow time down.
Well, you could buy the book All the Time in the World, right? Here's an easy way to do that, and that is focus perception. Again, take out a clock with a second hand. It does not work with digital clocks. Why? Our perception of time exists because things move around. Some digital digit changing is not the same as a second hand moving. So if you focus on a clock with a second hand, do that. You can slow time down, but also the exercises in the book are designed to slow time down. And in fact, there's an exercise for you to slow down time on a clock or watch face until the second hand stops. That'll change your framework.
Interesting. Nicola is asking, do you think CERN could have changed our timeline?
Well, back to the multiverse. Here's the thing. The butterfly in the butterfly effect could have changed everybody's timeline. If the multiverse is true, and it's a valid explanation for time and what's going on in the universe, that a new universe is birthed out of every moment. I call it the quantum ballet. Think of a ballet. It's a little bit chaotic, and there's a lot of people on the screen. That's all of us humans and animals and plants and things doing things. Every action, every thought, every movement of everything is changing the ballet. And in a multiverse explanation, it's creating a new universe for an infinite number of parallel universes, all doing the ballet, all slightly different, but all moving forward in time.
All right. The Quick is asking, and I like this question. Death is nada. How to die is boring. What if immortality is here and now? That's real for me.
Well, immortality is here and now. My mother didn't go anywhere. I think that when your corporeal body dies, you don't go anywhere. You are out of phase, and you may actually be able to see people who are here, and everything and everyone who was here may be able to see everything and everyone that is here. And as Dave explained on the trail, that occasionally we can see them, but they're all just on different timelines. I think you're absolutely right.
Couldn't your critics ask you and say, look, maybe you're still heartbroken over the loss of your mother, and that's the reason why you believe what you do?
Well, since it started when I was 4 and my mom died 3 or 4 years ago, and I'm in my 50s, that would be unlikely.
Okay. That's what happened. All right. Michael here, Michael Huntington, who's a former guest on this show, great paranormal investigator. He's asking if you had a chance to read any of Robert Bigelow's Afterlife essay contest contributions that Bigelow put up $1.8 million for.
No, I haven't, and I would be fascinated to. I've just learned of it now, and I'll make a note of that.
All right. Good. Good. All right. Let's get into some aliens here. Where do the extraterrestrials come into play when it comes to time and humanity?
Well, so imagine the identical flutes, right? So identical flute, and so it's a wave, right? Light is a wave, and matter is a wave. Light becomes particles and waves, right, into matter in some sense. They're still working that out. Why the relationship between light and matter, but light is a wave. And so imagine that all of this is really a wave, right? And so we're on a timeline that's a wave, and people who die in the paranormal might be slightly different, and they're out of phase, right? We might see them a little bit, but imagine aliens who are way more advanced than we are, can manipulate it at will. They can manipulate a timeline. And quite frankly, imagine this. And actually, I got the story from good friends of mine in Los Angeles, Emily and her main squeeze, Chief Jim. They hipped me up to stories about time travel, where if you could travel back in time or forward in time just a fraction of a second, would you still be on the same place on Earth? Well, of course, the answer is no. The Earth's moving, it's rotating, and it's moving around the sun, and the sun's moving around the solar system, and the solar system's moving around the galaxy. You would disappear. If you could manipulate time, you would disappear. That explains a few things. If aliens are simply better at manipulating time in ways that we cannot, then it explains all of the sightings and all of the ideas and beliefs that they're here already.
Wow.
Interdimensional time travelers, Dave, in ways that we cannot. Multiple dimensions and that we have not yet discovered.
So
they may be too big or too small to see, but they may be there.
Do you believe then that we are being visited by extraterrestrials or otherworldly phenomena? And the reason why I ask it that way is because in talking to people within the government regarding this subject, they claim that they don't know where these beings or craft are coming from. They don't know whether it's time travel. They don't know whether it's extra dimensional portals from space. They're unsure. What do you believe on that?
Well, I'm scientifically minded, so let's take a scientific approach. There are how many galaxies and how many planets in each galaxy and within the whole universe, and we are the only one in all of that, trillions and trillions of instances which support life, even life on our M-type planet, M-class planet, and we're the only ones who are sentient? Really? Now that's crazy. What isn't crazy is that life has evolved in the galaxy and in the universe and is in other galaxies. And it may be way further along than we are, especially with respect to time. Because traveling across great distances, of course, one would grow old and die, presumably, if one couldn't manipulate time, but that wouldn't be true. And then let's get into wormholes, things in space that we know are true, right? Traveling across great distances. A wormhole, of course, your audience knows what that is, the Einstein-Rosen bridge, right? It's a phenomenon in space and there's two holes and it looks like a worm and you go in one end and out the other. That's been scientifically studied and proven, to the extent that we're proving these things in astrophysics. Well, if one of the mouths is accelerating, you would not only travel in space, you would travel in time. Think about that. So that's time travel right there. Maybe they know how to do that, and I'm sure we will.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I believe you. I'm going to tell you that. And I'm not trying to be snarky. I believe you on that.
Well, these are theories, right? I'm waiting for the world and all the wonderful discoveries where we can actually prove that this is true and grow to a new place. Dave, considering the amazing complexity of the universe and time and matter and everything orchestrated and mathematics and how everything works together, how could it be possible that our existence doesn't go beyond Galileo and even Einstein, right? And how is it possible that there isn't a reality beyond which we can see if it's only a measurement problem our eyes are measuring? This suggests the quantum world, which many believe is the same world as the spiritual, which in everyday life is beyond what we understand as reality.
Have you ever had an extraterrestrial experience or channeled?
I've seen things which are out of phase, Dave, I have to say, which is how I came up with this theory. And that is, out of the corner of your eye, there's something. I was living in my home in Arizona years ago, and which is alone, and I have an alarm in my home. And so there was no human in my home. And there was definitely a person who walked between two rooms. There was a form, and I was not hallucinating, but I know enough about these things to know that those types of experiences could be explained with what we're discussing. And that is, there was a moment and there was a brainwave state. We should talk brain stuff later, brainwave states. There was a brainwave state I was in. I was awake. I was alert. I was standing in my kitchen. It was 3:00 in the morning. Someone moved around. The reason I have an alarm is so that I know it's not a person, because I wouldn't be afraid of aliens. I'd be afraid of other people. And so it wasn't a person, but there was a form, and it was a human form. It moved from one room to another in a way that I can't explain. Scientifically speaking, I would say that it was a parallel flute. The flute came into playing and began playing, and for a moment, I heard it, and then it was gone.
I'm going to get to a couple of questions from my good friend Eugene, who is an incredible author in his own right about the near-death experience, and he believes he solved the riddle as well. He's asking, we know how to bend time, but how can we travel through time?
Well, we just explained the Einstein-Rosen bridge, right? Where one of the mouths of the wormhole could be, if it were accelerating, theoretically, we're not sure anyone has done it, right? But theoretically speaking, if one of the mouths of the wormhole were moving, accelerating, then you would move through time. That's one way, and that's scientifically valid.
His follow-up question is, which taught you more, academic or spiritual studies?
Well, I wouldn't say it's academic, but when this started to happen, I did go back to the ancient texts, the mystery, the history of the mystery. It just struck me that with all of the knowledge in the world, there was something that happened a long time ago where the ancient Indians, as in India, knew that the earth revolved around the sun, not the other way around, right? And so there was tremendous wisdom that was somehow lost. I thought maybe the experiences I was having could be explained with these ancient texts. And so I studied Kabbalah and Chinese and India and Buddhism and Sufism and all of these ancient traditions to learn about things. So in that way, that was academia, but that was my own reading. But in academia, I did study quantum mechanics, which is tremendously mind expanding. If you compare Buddhism and quantum mechanics, the Buddhists in their ancient texts were talking about quantum mechanics. That's actually been studied, and it's mind-blowing when you see the parallels.
Holy. I never knew that.
Yep, David Bohm. A lot of the original quantum physicists studied these ancient texts, and in particular Buddhism, for that reason.
So does that mean that they were more advanced back then than we are now when it comes to science and physics?
Well, back to are we the only life in the universe? So imagine this. How old is the earth? Right? Pretty old. And how old is man in our current incarnation? A couple thousand years. So what happened before? We were just blobs in the primordial soup? I don't buy it. Something else happened. Maybe there's a rise and a fall of mankind that comes and goes over millennia and millennia, and sometimes some of that wisdom is carried forward, either in a person or an artifact or something survives, and it comes through and it accrues over time. And if you look at these ancient texts, you find quite surprising things. Again, the original quantum physicists were pretty hip to this, the spiritual aspect of their work, for this reason.
Okay, so back to extraterrestrials here for a moment. Because they have the ability to bend time and use wormholes, do you believe that they have the ability to travel at well over light speed through wormholes to get here from far off distances, millions of light years away?
Well, so Dave, back to the measurement problem. Okay, the speed of light, right? The universe's speed limit, how we came up with it, who knows, but it's there, speed limit, right? So what is one thing in science that we know for a fact travels faster than the speed of light? Everybody think quantum entanglement. It's real. So the quantum entanglement states that two particles can instantly communicate with one another, even across cosmic distances. Now it's bizarre, it's unexplainable, and it challenges our belief that nothing can travel faster than light. But it's real. Quantum entanglement has been proven for a particle that was on Earth and in outer space at the same time. instantly communicating with each other. And of course, it's quantum entanglement, so it's exhibiting a characteristic like spin. It's not something we could see with our eyes. With that said, scientifically proven, and get this, it's getting into our bigger world. In Physics Today magazine, just 2 months ago, was a story about quantum entanglement in our big world of universes and cars and matter, where they are determining that quantum entanglement exists in our world today. So if we're just discovering that, and extraterrestrials are more advanced than we are, of course they can go faster than the speed of light. We're already beginning to uncover that on Earth.
Do you believe extraterrestrials walk among us?
I believe I have seen things like the person in my house and in other things. And when people say that they see things, I absolutely believe them. Because the number of things that happen, I'll tell you stories. So I am doing this work. If I drop a wine glass, let's say, and I catch myself in terms of my perception, I can see it in slow motion and catch it by the stem. Now, that's a parlor trick on Earth, but it's manipulating time. If I can do it with my feeble self and my little human existence, imagine what civilizations who are far more advanced than we are can do. And could they be here and be a parallel flute, right? Be a flute that is playing the same note and they're here and they're not here? Absolutely, they could.
So do you believe that there are different species of extraterrestrials that have been able to come here and find out what we're all about, because because our planet is so loud due to electronics and noise and light pollution and everything, that we are projecting way out into the universe that would attract visitors to come over here?
Yeah, we may be the nursery school. In fact, we may be the bad boy nursery school of the universe or the galaxy, right? The Earthlings, they're making a lot of noise. They're pretty young. They're making some mistakes. And I'm sure, if ETs are out there and they can travel to visit us, they might want to know what's going on. We could certainly use all the help we can get.
We've got just under 90 seconds here before we got to go to break. At the bottom of the hour, author Lisa Broderick is with us talking about time tonight. What about time travel?
Time travel, Einstein, Rosen bridges, I'm telling you, and also phase and the other things we talked about for time travel, that is something that we will crack for sure. We can talk about that in the next segment.
That is one of the most intriguing topics ever.
Well, it fascinates people, and think about the fictional stories manipulating time, traveling time, things I cover in my book, but the things in the book are very real. It's only a matter of time.
Oh, the nice pun there. Very nice pun there.
The time puns are infinite. Another time pun.
I like it. We are having a blast here. And it's not very often I get shut up, because I'm kind of a big mouth. And you're making me shut up and think a lot tonight. So
I hope you're having fun, Dave.
I am. I mean, it's hard to fathom.
Well, wrapping our minds around it. Here's what I want to do. Let's practice while we're still in nursery school. The universe is looking at us. Let's get some practice in. Let's manipulate time.
All right. Let's figure out how to do that when we come back on Spaced Out Radio. Our guest tonight, author Lisa Broderick. She has a great book out, All the Time in the World. Can be found at any major bookstore. Can be found online, places like Amazon, and her website, allthetimebook.com. I'll be honest with you, you can't see her on camera on YouTube and Twitch tonight, but she has fantastic hair too. So we appreciate that about Lisa. We'll be back with more Spaced Out Radio and Time right after this. All right, we're clear.
Wonderful. Okay, that's a blast.
You having fun playing with my mind yet?
Expanding your mind. You should think of something new every day, right? Then you won't be afraid of aging. Aging is only entropy that's going one direction. Just reverse it and do it the other direction. It's possible. The wine glass can put itself together. It's improbable.
When you talked about wormholes and I kind of snickered and laughed, I want to explain why. When I started having my own experiences, I never knew what channeling was, and I ended up learning how to channel without even knowing really what it was.
Mhm.
So my friend Samantha Mowat came over to my house one day, and she wanted to help me practice with my channeling. So she is very connected to extraterrestrials, and she goes, "Okay." She goes, "I want you to find me planet Lyra in the Pleiades." So I'm like, "Okay." So I ended up going on this channeling session.
Hmm.
And I remember zooming up, it's all black and I can see stars. And all of a sudden I kind of like Google Earth, you kind of zoom in on what you're seeing. And
Mhm.
I was explaining this really giant, like 5 mile high tower. It was all very like aquamarine color, and every corner of this building and every window was covered in gold. I never saw any beings or anything like that. And then when you mentioned wormholes, when they, whoever they are, started bringing me back, it was just like out of a Star Trek television show where they go through the wormhole that, you see all the stars and all of a sudden they come like this light tunnel.
Right.
I went through that and my neck started straining from the G forces. And I remember grinding my teeth, and then boom, in a split second, I was back here in my body, and I started coughing.
Hmm.
I coughed so hard that I bruised my throat and my entire chest cavity.
Wow.
And it was so painful that 2 days later, I actually thought I was having a heart attack, and I actually went to emergency to find out what was going on. The pain in my chest was so painful.
Ooh. Wow.
And my family doctor happened to be working in emergency that day. And he goes, "What did you do?" He goes, "Because after x rays, my chest was all bruised internally." And I said, "Doc, you wouldn't believe me." He goes, "Try me." So I told him. And he goes, "You're right. I don't believe you." I said, "I told you." Right. And so when you brought up the wormhole and how quickly it can happen, it just brought back that memory and reminder of that night with Samantha.
Well, we have these experiences. You know what I say, and that is, don't just have them and then pick yourself up and dust yourself off and go on like nothing happened. That's not scientific. Make a note. It's a parallel flute. It's out of phase. Keep a journal. How I learned to do all this is I wrote it down. I wrote it down and I went back to the last time that I turned on a Bic lighter and a 12-foot flame, a 12-inch flame came out of it, which was impossible. And all of the other things that started to happen, and I put the pieces together. We can each do that.
Yeah. Interesting. Yes. So I encourage you to channel and find out about those light tubes. It's kind of cool.
Well, and so we could talk Penrose, which are microtubules in the brain. That's actually quantum consciousness. It might be the same thing.
Maybe.
Maybe we could bring up
Maybe.
quantum consciousness. Great word.
Mm.
And
We
Penrose just won the Nobel Prize. He's a serious cat.
can do that. We can definitely do that. We can definitely do that. We have about 20 seconds, 25 seconds. A big thank you to Lynn Soes, R&R, Dirt Road, Thomas, and Simon for the amazing super chats tonight. Thank you so much for everybody supporting our show with the super chats. It goes a long way in what we do. Thank you to everybody who's been shopping at our store on our website, spacedoutradio.com, for your swag. We're going to be adding more soon, I promise. And a big thank you to all our new listeners. Don't forget to hit subscribe and ring that bell. Here we go, everyone. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for being here. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read up on Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight with author Lisa Broderick. She has a brand new book out called All the Time in the World. So if you worry about time like I do, she says, we're nonsense. Stop thinking like that. Get her book, check it on out. She'll slow it all down for you in a very good read. allthetimebook.com, allthetimebook.com, pardon me, is the website. You can find her book pretty much everywhere, like every major bookstore. Lisa, welcome back.
Dave, thanks for having me.
Time travel.
Time travel.
Do you believe that it is possible? Do you believe that maybe it's already here and we do not know? What's your thoughts?
Okay, we'll get into a little science because I know the audience likes it. Okay, even Einstein, right, talked about time travel, going back to the one of the big thinkers. So some think that time travel is physically possible. Scientists think that time travel is theoretically possible. We talked about wormholes, right? It's been known for a long time. Here's a fun fact, that the laws of physics work just as well in the forward direction as they do in the backward direction. So that's a it's a data point, and that is, if the laws of physics that govern the universe work just as well forward or backwards in terms of mathematical equations, let's hold that in our minds. Now let's talk about matter. In the 1940s, Richard Feynman, very famous physicist, showed that antimatter, which is a real concept in physics, right, is identical mathematically to ordinary matter traveling backward in time, for which he earned the Nobel Prize. Okay, so we have some fun facts going here. Einstein, time travel, right? Formulas going forward and backwards. The guy, Richard Feynman, one of the most famous scientists with his antimatter and time traveling backward. So time travel may be possible, but how would it work, right? It works in certain general relativity. So we're talking Einstein, space-time geometries, we'll call it, right? How space is out there, which would permit faster than time travel speeds, right? And one of those, as we mentioned, was wormholes. So this is the most scientifically valid explanation that we have. Wormholes connect 2 points in space-time, right? Think of space-time as, it's not flat, right? But there's 2 points in space and it's three-dimensional. It means if wormholes connect 2 points in space-time in this fabric of space, it means that they would, in principle, allow time travel as well as space travel, right? And so a way to convert a wormhole, which exists, into a time travel wormhole would be to accelerate one of its two mouths. If it were moving while the other one was stationary, if that were the case, then theoretically you would travel into one end of the wormhole and out the other end at a different point in time. That's time travel.
So do you believe then that we already have this ability to do it? Because many people believe that we have. There's rumors and stories out there about, time travelers already going back into time, whether you believe Andrew Bashago and people of that ilk or not. That's really your choice. Do you believe in the fact that maybe we've already done this?
We may have, but there are many theories of time, right? And one of them is, we've talked a lot about the multiverse, great theory of time. So what about the block universe of time, right? You know what that is? So
No.
imagine you're looking down, right, from above, from wherever it is above, and every moment in time is a block. It's a block. And so you're looking down at a block of time, and you could go from one to another. Block theory of time. That's why it's called that, right? And then when you get to time travel, is there only one timeline? Does the universe resolve into one timeline? Or if you went back and killed your grandfather in the grandfather paradox, would you not be here now? Or would you be here because there's a multiverse? So time travel may well be possible, but we haven't even worked out what our theory of time is first. And so I think when we get to that we'll be able to really understand time travel. My personal view is one that time is, it occurs in discrete moments, right? It occurs discretely. And so when you talk about discretely, you talk about a moment in time. In spiritually, there's only the now. So there's only the now, and we're dealing with the now, right? Right this moment, right? But when we talk about how time might work, think back to the glass of water explanation, right? So the example of water being poured into a glass, to our eye, it looks like a stream. Imagine that stream is reality. But imagine that each molecule of water is a block of time. And they're bumping into one another and they're jumbling, but you could plug into one or another. And that actually explains my favorite theory, which is called loop quantum gravity. Carlo Rovelli, a very, very hip physicist who talks about time and explains that time may be a not continuous, but a fabric in space-time, where if everything were a particle, if every bit of time were a particle, you could theoretically move from one particle to another, jump from one to another, in which case you could time travel pretty easily.
All right, let's get to some audience questions here. Vinman is asking, talking about time, why is it that dogs are the only creature that ages faster than any other Earth creature? Dog years, 7+. Any thoughts on this?
Well, I think cats age too. And so I would think that that's more of a biological. Remember the theory of time, my formula? Time is one part physical and one part perception. I don't think that we can get away from the physical component of time, because time exists because matter is moving around. So a biological entity that is experiencing entropy, first law of thermodynamics, which is things go from order to disorder, things grow, age, and die, is if one biological entity experiences that more quickly, then I think that's the makeup of their particular biology. I don't think that necessarily has to do with time.
That makes sense. What about human time? Because, I mean, for a lot of us, like me, we feel pretty ripped off that, the average age is 85 years old. That doesn't seem like a lot of time.
Well, back to the measurement problem. Imagine we're just so limited in our ability to measure. And back to the story of my mother, the story of your nephew. If what happens when we have a corporeal body and the corporeal body is no longer is able to support life, and we're suddenly out of phase, right? We're in a different time dimension. We may be able to see who's here, we may not. But that which animates or animated the individual in the first place, that sum total of consciousness, which is much greater than the neural processes in the brain, still exists, which means your 80 years is an illusion. It has no bearing whatsoever.
It does when you stop breathing.
Well, maybe when you stop breathing, you start doing something else. On the different timeline, remember on the trail, Dave, who were those people?
I know. And I can feel you kicking my ass as you say that.
I'll simply point out the things that you already said.
I know. I'll just bite my tongue here and shut up. Rob is asking, isn't a moment about 5 to 7 seconds at a time?
Well, I'm not sure how I would define a moment. And so back to the measurement problem, the smallest unit we can identify so far is a planck, right? named after the scientist Planck. So there's a Planck second and there's a Planck length. And so there's also a zeptosecond, I believe, and that is actually a little bigger than a Planck. But I'm not sure what a moment would be defined as.
All right. In regards to Penrose, for people who may not understand who or what Penrose is all about, please explain.
Roger Penrose, again, as I was talking to you on the break. So for all of you techies, Trekkies, astrophysicists, Feynman fans, and Penrose groupies, I mean, this is the hottest in science. Roger Penrose, a physicist, classical physicist, quantum physicist, just won the Nobel Prize. And he has a theory of quantum consciousness. Okay, and we'll talk tubules. So in the brain, the fabulous computer that is the brain, where these neurochemical processes are going on, but consciousness is different from them, he supposes that it's quantum processes that are going on in the brain. And there's something called microtubules, and it's pretty technical. You could look it up online, but there's a special pattern in the brain which enables quantum processes to occur. Now let's talk quantum. We're talking consciousness causes collapse, quantum entanglement, right? The quantum superposition, where something is both here and there at the same time. He supposes all of this is going on in the brain. And so it's neither two-dimensional or three-dimensional. It's another dimension, Dave, just like we spoke about. So quantum processes are things like absorption and emission, but on a level we can't see. But using a model that is quantum mechanics, I think it is a great movement in the right direction to understanding what's really going on here.
Okay. So does it always come down to the quantum field? Because I think for the majority of people on this planet, we have no clue of what we're talking about when it comes to anything quantum.
Yeah, and that's too bad. So it's as though there's this big world of asteroids and planets and universes and cars and trucks and people and bears where I live, all kinds of things that are big and that we can see, our big world. And then there's this tiny world, the micro world, the quantum world, where a quantum isn't even a quanta isn't even a thing. It's a unit of measurement, right? Quantized. So, and it is only modeled mathematically. No one's ever seen a quanta. With that said, Dave, the quantum world is running the computers that we're on now. It allows for lasers. It allows for all kinds of things that are in our everyday world. So that's one thing. We really couldn't live without it, right? Quantum computing, all of the things that are going on. But also that tiny world, I believe, is bubbling up as we're able to measure better. Remember the article I told you about in Physics Today, where they're measuring quantum entanglement in the big world? It's like there's a secret tiny little world that's going to burst through because we can measure it better, because our big instruments are getting smaller and smaller and more precise, where we can actually experience the quantum world in our big world. And I think that's what's going on when we experience these time shifts.
All right, Tony has a question for you. Lisa, what quantum UFO observation technique? I don't understand this question, Tony. Could you ask Lisa what quantum UFO observation? Oh, okay. Can you define what quantum UFO observation technique is?
I haven't heard that term before. So if you're coining it today, kudos for you. It's the Tony theorem. With that said, I don't know that there is a quantum UFO identification technique that I'm familiar with. I'd love to hear about it.
All right. Rob is asking, what do you know about conscious refreshing? Apparently, it refreshes every 30 milliseconds, according to Persinger.
So that's your consciousness is refreshing. That may be. Think about consciousness again and thinking about the brain. The brain is a set of neurochemical processes in an organ. Consciousness is different than that. Many theories. You have Penrose's theory of consciousness. You have consciousness is everywhere at once, and we're swimming in it, and it goes in and out of the brain. It may be refreshing. It may not. I really haven't thought about that as a theory.
With everything around our planet that revolves around time, we see clocks everywhere. Every sporting event has a time limit, except for baseball. We see everything controlled by a clock or some sort of formula of time. How do we put it to rest? How do we get it out of our head in order to think for ourselves in a free world?
Well, I don't wear a watch, that's for sure. And in fact, a funny story, and I've heard other people say it, when I do wear a watch, it tends to stop, and it really shouldn't stop. So that's an interesting experience. Watches are not that useful for me except as decorative jewelry. And clocks around the house, they're useful, but I see them as a utility. When I'm doing the type of work that I do to slow down and change time for myself during my day, doing what you do, Dave, I pack way more into a day than human beings really should or could in some sense by doing the types of time slowing down techniques that we talk about. And so I leave clocks out of the equation. Here's something to think about, as we said earlier. Pull yourself out of time. Step out of time. When you step out of time, imagine you're on a desert island with no clocks. Do you really know what time it is? So now we're going to quote Chicago. Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody care? No. Step out of time. You don't need to be a slave to time.
Isn't that what Vegas is all about?
It is, and that it is a timeless environment. There's no setting of the sun, right? You're in an environment it's intentionally that way, actually, in order to have you lose your sense of time, so that you may be at a slot machine for, you would think, 30 minutes and 3.5 hours have gone by, and you've lost $2,000. It's a technique where they remove time from the equation.
What about missing time? This is something you brought up earlier.
I think that's fascinating.
Because I've never had missing time. I know people who have. There's people in our chat room who have had missing time. I've had time skip on me, which is extremely weird on its own. Happened at the same intersection, one going west, one going east, a few months apart. And literally, I watched the light turn green. I hit my gas pedal, and all of a sudden I hear honking. And there are cars from the other way going toward or coming towards me because I ran a red light.
Oh, well, that would be very similar to some of the stories that I can share as well of missing time. And that may be the multiverse at work. So here's a story of missing time. Friend of mine, he decided to build a house out of straw hay bales. And he was driving on a highway in California, pulling way too much tonnage for his vehicle. And it was broad daylight on Highway 5, and the truck jackknifed, and he began to swerve and spin. And as he spun out of control, time slowed down. I believe that time often slows down when we are in grave danger. It's a brainwave state, which we can talk about in a minute. Time slowed down greatly for him, and then he lost all sense of time. He came to in the truck, perfectly intact, pointed in the same direction as traffic, with the truckers waving at him, high-fiving him for whatever he had done. He had no memory of it. Now, in a multiverse explanation, he died. He crashed. He's gone. He went to a new universe where we are here too. He skipped into into the multiverse, parallel universe. He's dead in the other universe, and he's here now and going on like nothing happened. Those stories of lost time they abound. And here's the other thing. Many times they exist when people, quote, should have died. They should not be here. Things have happened where the physical circumstances of what would happen would tear apart and kill a human body, and they didn't. In fact, there wasn't a scratch on them.
Is that what we would call a miracle?
I would call it a multiverse. Miracles may simply be a measurement problem, Dave. We call something a miracle, so if we were back and King Solomon were in my house, he would call this house a miracle. My gosh, lights come out of bulbs and water comes out of the wall and all kinds of things happen. Those are miracles, but it's simply a measurement problem. It's an awareness problem. So what we can't measure yet, we may call a miracle, but it may be all understandable if we think about it in terms of dimension and time.
Interesting. All right, let's go to Eugene. How does time intersect space, or intersect with space, pardon me?
Well, you don't. So back to dimensions, right? Dimensions are things we can measure. They refer to the minimum number of things we need to measure something. So if you're going to measure the position of an object, right, you need the latitude, the longitude, and the latitude, the altitude, and the longitude. So you have space time, because all of that can't exist without time. And that's basically the basis of Einstein, who coined the phrase space-time. How could you measure something in terms of latitude, longitude, and altitude to pinpoint its position without the fourth dimension of time? How would you get there? How would there be a universe without time? I was once asked, how would you explain to an alien what is time on Earth? And my answer was, how did the alien get here? There was change. The alien is not two-dimensional. If they're three-dimensional, then time is involved. That's space-time.
Cool. Very cool. Thank you for explaining that. Really appreciate it. Now, in our chat room, I know I missed some questions for our guest, Lisa Broderick. Please retype them. I appreciate that. Let's go to David here, and he is asking, if photons compress space and time to zero at the speed of light, does that mean the atom that emits the photon and the atom that absorbs that same photon are touching?
Well, it's a great question. I don't know. At that level, back to it, and I'm sorry if it's a catch-all answer, but I really think it's the key to everything we're talking about, and that is it's a measurement problem. To be able to see them touching, to be able to measure something that small with our big microscope. Imagine the drops of water, right? You have in a single drop of water, 1.5 sextillion molecules in that single drop of water. I just don't think we have the ability to measure yet. So the answer is, I don't know.
It's a good, honest answer. I like Andrew in the UK. So here's a little humor for you.
Okay.
A couple of minutes left. He says, Dave, MC Hammer says, hammer time. Is this a real thing?
Hammer time. I think hammer time is what you make it. Of course, it's a real thing. Here's something to go to sleep on. When you master time, you master yourself. I'd say Hammer mastered himself.
Especially with those baggy pants. Big UFO guy, too.
Really?
MC Hammer? Yes. Very big into UFOs. That's all I can add. That's all I can. There's my knowledge for the night. And Lisa's like, really, Dave? Talk MC Hammer tonight? Like, my gosh. We got about a minute to go here before we have to go to break. At the top of the hour, author Lisa Broderick is our guest tonight. With time and missing time, do you believe then that missing time could be created out of our mind, where we're put in some sort of lapse, or are extraterrestrials really taking people?
Yeah, I don't tend to subscribe to things that might make people feel afraid, right? And so taking people and all of that, I don't ascribe malevolence to anything, really. I mean, if someone comes at me with a gun, then I might think twice. With that said, the existence of other races and individuals and extraterrestrials who might be curious about us, I'm down for arrival. A good alien visitation, of the octoped who just wants to talk to us. That would be my version of that. And they're not taking anyone.
All right. That's a great answer as we head into our break at the top of the hour. 2 hours down. We got one to go. The next half hour, author Lisa Broderick will continue to join us. Then when we get to the bottom of hour number 3, the fedora-wearing John Hudson will be back with the unbiased UFO report. And, of course, we'll have Shirky Poo's news and the thought of the Dave. Lisa Broderick has a brand new book out called All the Time in the World. Apparently, it can teach us to slow down time. It is anti-aging for your eyes. allthetimebook.com is the website. You can find it at any major bookstore. We'll be back with Hour 3 next on Spaced Out Radio. And we're clear.
How are we doing?
Fantastic. You have stumped me so many times tonight.
Well, I don't mean to. It's just, it's a mind bender. It's a good one though. Get everybody
It
thinking.
is. It is.
More thinking, more expansive thought, right? The possibilities.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you.
And less fear, right? When we understand something, then we're not afraid of it.
True. True.
So I'll help you understand that you don't go anywhere when your body dies. It actually would be good. Do you know of the Monroe Institute, Dave?
Yes.
Yeah, you might want to go and study with Bill Buellman, who's actually a friend of mine. He endorsed the book, the #1 out-of-body teacher on the planet. Really great guy. And he knows nothing and no one ever dies. He teaches people how to do it right there at the Monroe Institute.
Wow.
That's a brain. That is definitely a mind expander.
That hurts.
No, it wouldn't hurt. It would be something.
Yes. If I had the time, I would.
Create the time. Here's what you do. You see it already done. These are the exercises in the book. That's how you speed up time. When you need to do something really big, you do it. You use the perception exercise that's in the book called focus perception, and you live the experience of it already being done. And then when you begin it, you go into the zone, and then by the time you look up, it's all done at exactly the moment you need it done.
So you believe in moments, not time.
Well, a moment is a colloquialism of what time is, right? I don't even believe that a Planck second is a measurement of time that we're not going to exceed. It's just the smallest we could do now. Used to be we could only measure a foot, Dave, in the Middle Ages, right? We're measuring certainly something smaller than a foot today.
True.
We'll just keep working on the measurement problem so we can identify the second flute.
You are hurting my brain tonight. Hurting my brain, but that's okay. It's well worth it.
A good thing.
It is a good thing.
Expanding your brain.
Yes, I'm going to be going to bed early after the show, all because it's going to be your fault.
Sweet dreams. Up at 3. Actually, I lived in Sedona for a couple of years, and all the spiritual teachers, we always joked that we would call each other at 3 a.m. because we were all up. Everybody was up. Everybody's up at 3 a.m. local time, doing stuff like this.
My goodness. How do you not get worn out?
I do a lot of self-care. I'm a very consistent meditator, very deep meditation, and twice a day. And also, so I sleep from 11 to 3, and then I'm up from 3 to 6. And then I don't have anything too early. Tomorrow I have a meeting at 8, kind of a bummer. So, that's enough. And then I remove fear from the equation. If I have to do something big, I see it already done, and then I just sort of magically happens. And take care of myself. And I don't live in fear. That would be probably the biggest one. Just remove it from unless someone has a loaded gun at your temple, they're pulling the trigger, and you know that every chamber has a bullet in it, you're not in danger.
That's called an ex-wife.
That's real danger. Everything else is false evidence appearing real.
True. Very true. I got to try some of this stuff.
Yeah, for fun.
I'm good with this type of woo.
Well, and focus perception. We should get into that. Brainwave states, focus perception, why it's like hypnosis, what you can do in this state. A lot of fun stuff.
Can do. We got about 2 minutes. When we get to the next break,
Hmm.
I'll say goodnight to you during the show, but I'll give you a proper good night during the break. So just hold on for a minute or two after, okay?
Perfect. I'd love to. Thanks so much.
No problem. I've really, really learned a lot tonight. I
Oh, I
appreciate
appreciate
you.
that. Well, thank you. It has been a lot of fun. And I said this earlier in an interview. Imagine if in Starbucks you walked in and everybody was talking about this stuff and not about all the other stuff that weigh us down and concerns everybody and divides everybody. Let's talk about all the
True.
wonderful things we can do.
Mm-hmm. Good. That's what we try to do.
It is.
All right, I want to say a big thank you to Todd Purdon, Lynn Soes, R&R, Dirt Road, Thomas, and Simon for the wonderful super chats tonight. Thank you so much for supporting Spaced Out Radio. We really do appreciate what you do. And a big thank you to all our new subscribers tuning us in, maybe for the first time. We really do appreciate it. And to all our regulars, very cool of you to see you all here again. Thank you so much. Here we go, everyone.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is underway tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. We say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Zegadine. Zegadine is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read up on Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. For the final time tonight, we say hello to Lisa Broderick. She is the author of a brand new book called All the Time in the World. This is where we look at the scientific side of slowing time down and taking advantage of every second that we have on this beautiful planet before we are called elsewhere to who knows where. You can find her book in any major bookstore or on her website, allthetimebook.com. Lisa, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Dave, thank you. It's great to be here.
It is. Starting off with a question from Tony. Lisa, could you please give an explanation of quantum healing technique?
Well, I haven't heard that term, but I can definitely combine the two. So we think about quantum mechanics, right? And we think about the primary tenet of quantum mechanics, the observer effect, right? And so quantum science basically says that when observers show up to a situation, physical reality is altered, right? So we'll accept that. Now imagine if we wanted to apply that to healing, right? So healing is the mystery of the ages, but so is quantum mechanics, but it's also the latest science. So imagine that we could use our knowledge that quantum science says that how we show up for a situation affects alters physical reality with the observer effect to affect healing on ourselves or others, and to do it across space-time using quantum entanglement. So imagine that we weren't so limited in our belief, and we believed that, let's say, prayer worked. And in fact, what is prayer? It's a long-distance intention for healing of something in some sense, right? So imagine that's not a spiritual definition, but it's a scientific explanation for a phenomenon, which is quantum entanglement. Thinking about the health of another, using imagery to do it. Imagery is the observer effect in action, where psychology is meeting physics in the quantum field. Imagine a healing for someone else over space-time, across cosmic distances, so that someone else may benefit. I would think that explains quantum healing, and I would think that it's very, very possible, and we do it all the time for people.
All right, another question. This one coming from Nicole. What is your explanation of poltergeist activity then?
Well, back to phase, right? So we talked about phase, how we might see something and then not see it. So again, we have sine waves, right? Everything is a wave. So light is a wave and sound is a wave. Imagine that we're seeing something out of the corner of our eye, but it's the second flute. So one flute is playing and there are two perfectly tuned flutes. If a second flute comes in, you're going to hear the flute for a moment, and then they're going to go into phase. They're going to synchronize. Sound waves always do if they're perfectly tuned. When they're perfectly tuned, you don't see it anymore, but you saw it for a moment. That may well be poltergeist activity, what you saw for a moment.
All right. I love this question by Jenny. It's kind of eerie. She says, I had an episode driving at night. All of a sudden, I saw a concrete wall in front of me. I jerked the steering wheel and it was gone. I realized it was never there. What was that?
Well, it could be a multiverse, and I'll share something with you, Jenny. I had the similar experience, except it was broad daylight and rush hour traffic in Florida, driving pretty much too fast for all of rush hour traffic. We were all doing about 70. And in front of me, I saw a bicycle fall off a trailer in front of my car, and I was boxed in. So I couldn't go right and I couldn't go left, and I was going 70 miles an hour and I couldn't stop. And you know what I did, Jenny? I don't know what I did. I drove right through it. And the last thing I remember is it was in my rearview mirror. I may be in the multiverse because I died. I may have been out of phase. It may have been out of phase. Your concrete wall may have been from another time. The truth is, we don't know, but these experiences are very common. What I would say, and Dave and I talked about, and that is, don't just pick yourself up and dust yourself off and go on like nothing happened. That's not scientific. Make a note of it. Keep a journal. Figure out how to recreate it. That's what I did with time in order to come up with these theories.
All right. Let's get to another one here. And where to go here? There it is. Nikki is asking, what is your opinion then of psychics and mediums who can see spirit? Please explain.
Oh, I think that they're just like aliens. They may have a natural antenna, which they call it psychic, and they call it the ability to see spirits, and they can tune into phase and out of phase better than we can. Just like an alien could manipulate time. Some people have better antennas than others, that's for sure. Imagine your grandmother who knew that someone was going to call, or parents who know that a child has died. They're tuned in some way. I believe they're tuned in across space and time, and some may have more reliable antennas than others, and we call them psychics and channels, and the ability, and people have these abilities, but truly it's rooted in science, and it's rooted in, again, the two flutes.
NTR Blues is asking, Lisa, what do you think about the double slit experiment?
Well, I mean, that's the basis for the quantum observation. And so if people don't know, it was a long time ago, 100 years ago, shooting a single photon out of a light source. So imagine you have a flashlight and you're shooting one photon out of it, right? And you shoot it onto something that will record its existence, a photoelectric plate. And when it was observed, it was a particle. And when it was not observed, it was a wave. That is the essence of consciousness causes collapse of the wave function, the basis of quantum mechanics. I think it's very real. I think that all of these quantum processes exist in our everyday world. We don't see them. We know they're there. We can model them mathematically, and we can't control them or explain them yet, but we will.
Do you believe then that each and every one of us is a multidimensional being? So that way there's versions of you, versions of me, versions of people listening on every timeline that we have going.
So let's talk dimensions. And so one, there are 11 dimensions exist and have been proven. Some think there are 26. Back to what dimensions are. Dimensions are simply the minimum number of things we need to measure something, right? And time is a dimension. So imagine that we simply don't have the measurement to measure beyond our own physical existence. And we truly are multidimensional. And that multidimensional exists when we no longer have a physical body and we're out of phase, right? We're somewhere else on a different timeline. And you and I today in these physical bodies can't measure it, but one day we will be able to. So yes, we would absolutely be multidimensional beings.
Very cool. Very cool. So do you believe that we could technically, if we were to cross over into a different timeline, meet ourselves? Or do you think it would be like the Back to the Future effect where you shouldn't meet yourself on a different timeline?
Well, those are two theories of time. And so one theory of time is that there's a multiple dimensions, but it always resolves into a single timeline. So imagine this. So in every moment, whatever a moment is birthed a new universe, but it resolves into a single timeline and we all go forward together. Somehow there's a resolution, the quantum ballet. There's another version where there's a multiverse. A new universe emerges from every single moment, and they're all in parallel, and there's an infinite number of those. In the first one, it was Back to the Future. You can't kill your grandfather and still be here, right? In the second one, the multiverse, you can do anything you want because you simply go to a different universe and you could meet yourself. And the truth is, we don't know, but they're both great to think about.
It very much is. Very much is. I mean, would you want to meet your other self on a different timeline?
I'm not sure. First of all, I'm more of a block universe person. Carlo Orvelli, loop quantum gravity. Time exists in discrete now moments. And we perceive that we're passing through time, but that's actually not what's happening. It's all happening at once. That's what I believe and my experience. And so a multiverse, I think that it's it's an explanation. And so if I were able to meet myself, maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't, but I would more subscribe to the resolving to the single timeline. Think about it. It's a lot of work for the universe to have an unlimited number of timelines and universes. I think the universe is more efficient than that. I think it resolves. And so something happens and it resolves into a single timeline so that you couldn't go back and kill your own grandfather. But for lost time and for these death experiences we have, that may be loop quantum gravity, the block theory of time, where you're just stuck in a different block.
You don't think anything bad could happen from that in meeting yourself?
Well, clearly, of course, I'm a techie, I'm a Trekkie. And so there are versions, right? We've all seen Star Trek where they meet themselves and it's really not so good, right? So in a true multiverse explanation of the universe, things go awry and wars are lost and won that we don't experience and really bad things happen. But we could imagine that there are a lot of things that are happening in this world that are really adverse. And there's a quote, better world. So the truth is, I don't know. I don't really subscribe to the multiverse going on forever. It seems inefficient for the universe.
Big J is asking, do time travelers from the future phase out and can't stay long?
Well, of course, who knows? So a time traveler versus, let's say, an alien who can manipulate time better than we can. I would imagine that aliens who can travel great distances would have mastered time travel and they wouldn't have to phase out. And of course, time and matter are connected. So they could dematerialize, they could phase out and be out of phase. It seems to me that if they're traveling that distance, they have a pretty good understanding of time and matter, and something like that really wouldn't affect them. They'd be able to stay if they wanted to. I think that they may not just choose to.
Okay. Earlier, we talked about immortals. Do you believe that there are immortals running or walking this planet right now that have been here for centuries? Or do you believe we're all immortal because the meat sack that we are in may disintegrate one day, but the soul and the consciousness continues on, making each and every one of us immortal?
I think that the latter, and that is, again, so you have a fabulous computer in your head. It's neurochemical processes, right? Consisting in the brain. Consciousness is much more than that. It's much more than the sum of its parts, right? It's way beyond that. Conservation of energy, the first law of thermodynamics. Energy is only changed. It's never lost. So consciousness never leaves. And so when the body dies, which clearly entropy exists, and that is things grow, age, and decay, right? As we see with entropy, things grow from a state of order to disorder. Bodies do that, but consciousness doesn't. That's just changed into a different energy. That would be my belief.
Where do you believe consciousness goes?
Well, I think in the story of my mother, I don't think it went too far, right? And so in a lot of other stories of out-of-body experiences, again, studying with Bill Buhlman at the Monroe Institute, who's a famous and really well-known teacher of out-of-body, he would say that you're in your room and head for the door. When you have an out-of-body experience, you're right in the room and you can see the room. You could even see your body. So that means you don't go very far. I mean, you could just be here. That's an amazing thought and really wonderful, I think.
So what is your opinion then on reincarnation?
That's interesting. And so the Tucker book, as people know, right? So the extraordinary stories of children, of past lives of children. And so talk about this phenomenon where children are having memories they couldn't possibly have of famous people and non-famous people. And so I think if there's an explanation for that, and I go into this in this book, it's quantum entanglement, right? It's the separation of two particles in space and time over a long distance, right? That can instantly communicate. And one was in the past and one is in the present. And those two particles are exhibiting the same condition, the same characteristics, spin in quantum mechanics, but it may be different for a child who is reincarnated. And the consciousness is related to quantum entanglement.
All right, let's get to another question from Nikki. What are your thoughts on ETs growing a human clone, putting that clone in stasis, then when needed, the ETs pull a human's consciousness out and inserts it into the cloned human for whatever purpose?
Well, I don't tend to go toward the malevolent in anything. And so that sounds pretty malevolent. And so I would believe that if we were visited by consciousnesses and beings and civilizations which are so far more advanced than we are, then they really wouldn't have the need to fool around with human beings like that. They would have much better things to do. They may want to learn from us, but I don't believe that there's a malevolent intent. So I couldn't really see that happening.
Okay, what about, have you ever heard about this where some people believe that during a near-death experience that they had a walker come in and take over, like there was a soul change or a consciousness change, and they are actually a different person inside the same body?
I have heard that, and in fact, a friend of mine had that experience. And to this day, he's a different person. So think of the physical body, your corporeal sac, the molecules and biology that makes up our bodies. We're sort of holding a consciousness, and even the brain is simply biology. It's an organ, and consciousness is different from that. Is it possible that another consciousness could be there? I suppose it's possible for sure. I don't ascribe malevolence to it, I have to say. I would ascribe more of a past life thing, right? The Tucker book about the extraordinary past lives of children, where that might happen. And I think it's very possible.
I always wondered how that happened, or if it was even possible. Because if someone gets into an accident or has a near-death experience like you have, and I've never had it, so please correct me if I'm wrong, I see it as the trauma from that accident or whatever happened that caused that near-death experience literally changes a person. And it changes the way they think. It changes the way they live life. It changes, everything about them, where maybe they didn't smell the roses before, where now they're taking the time to do so. Do you really believe that maybe it's just the result of a new consciousness of understanding life, or that a walk-in actually happened?
Well, I don't know about a walk-in, but back to the Monroe Institute, they've studied this quite extensively, and that is the physical and psychological and intelligence related to near-death and out-of-body experiences. And what you will find if you go on their website, well-studied thousands and thousands of subjects. Intelligence increases, fear decreases, quality of life improves. It is a highly recommended experience for people because you live differently. And Dave, I don't think those things come just because we decide to smell the roses. It's hard to explain an increase in intelligence because you decide to smell the roses. Something else is happening in the brain.
But that doesn't mean that somebody has had a walk-in come in and a change of souls.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Again, I do know someone who believes that happened for them, and he does seem like a totally different person. I haven't experienced it, and I haven't thought much about that.
Would that be something you want to think about?
It seems kind of malevolent, unless it's a good idea. Again, I don't tend to go that way, and in fact, that is another symptom, if you will, an after effect of out of body and near death experiences, where you tend to not ascribe things to fearful sources. You have a no scarce resources, very little malevolence, nothing to be afraid of view of the world.
All right, let's go to Tony here. If ET have the ability to just appear at will, why do you think they need a craft that people see?
Well, if they have an ability to appear at will, if they can manipulate time, right, then they could appear on Earth, but it may be limited for them. Plus, a craft may be something that's convenient for them. Maybe we're creating the crafts in our minds. Maybe the crafts are the ETs. Clearly, people have seen things. And now, of course, the government is being more forthright about all of the different reports from the Air Force and from the different military agencies about what has been seen over time. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe it's convenient to have a craft. Maybe in order to travel through the wormholes, they actually need that. And the ability to just appear somewhere like you're transporting in Star Trek is beyond even their ability.
All right, Flippity is asking, is the heavy electricity feeling during a supernatural event caused by quantum draw of electrons?
Boy, I have wondered that. And so sometimes you feel like you're sinking into something, you're going into the quantum field, and sometimes you feel like you're being uplifted. That is mysterious. It's a very unique physical sensation. It could be either, though. You could be uplifted or a sinking feeling. There's certainly something going on at the quantum level. And as we talked about before, we know these quantum processes exist. We know they're in our everyday life. We can't see them, we can't control them, but I think we're going to have greater understanding of them, and hopefully very soon. So the answer is I don't know, but I think that might be the case.
All right, we got about just over a minute left with you tonight, Lisa, and I want to say a big thank you for coming on Spaced Out Radio. You are amazing.
It has been a blast.
I know I didn't do you any justice. The audience did. I did not. I'll be self-deprecating there. But could you do me a favor and tell everybody where they can find your website and your book?
Sure. And so my website, which is the same as the book site, is lisabroderick.com and also allthetimebook.com. And so if you go there, you can find out more about me and more about the book and more about other things we're doing. We are having a contest. I'll announce a contest, and that is the best time-shifting stories. Because as on this program, and I'm on media a little bit, both on national radio and television, I'm going to begin to share these stories with others. So if you go on the website and submit your story in the contest, and we're going to pick, I think, 3 stories a month for the next couple of months, we'll share them on national television and national radio, and we'd love to do that.
Much appreciate you coming on, Lisa Broderick. A great time here learning from you. My brain is killing me, and I promise I won't stress about time anymore. How about that?
You are cured, Dave. You're cured.
I am
You have all the
cured.
time in the world.
Thank you. Actually, that does mean a lot. It really does. Lisa Broderick, everybody, allthetimebook.com. Coming up next, the fedora-wearing John Hudson will be by with the unbiased UFO report. We got Shirky Poo's news, the thought of the day, a jam-packed final half hour of Spaced Out Radio right around the clock here. Great job, Lisa.
Dave, it was a blast. Thanks so much.
Yes, I'm sure you're going to be like to your publicist after this. What the heck did you put me on? What did you
Well,
put me on?
and also the live bookstore thing where I was coaching people for 2.5 hours as well. It's been a
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I can hear your publicist getting ready for a cringe right now. Really spaced out radio. Some Canadian guy who doesn't even know what the hell
Oh,
we're talking.
no.
I
This
can
was a
feel it.
blast. A total
I
blast.
appreciate
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
entertaining our audience tonight.
Absolutely. Anytime, Dave. Love to come back.
Much love. Take
Have
care.
a great evening, you too. Thanks so much. Bye.
Bye-bye. I would absolutely love for Lynn Wallington to interview her. I don't think I did her justice. I really do not, and I apologize. Hi, John.
What's up, buddy?
I feel like I got my ass kicked.
No, actually, Dave, I think you did quite well. I think you did quite well. And, the truth of the matter is that most of the quote unquote layman's that try to get into the kind of topics that she does have not actually done the kind of research that she's done. I was quite impressed with the breadth of her knowledge and even the depth she'd gone into certain topics. And she was well read. She understood a lot of, the fact that she was pulling in Bowman from the Monroe Institute and pulling in Carlo Rovelli. She was pulling in some very, normally completely unrelated topics. And she was good. And so I thought you did it really well. But I have to be honest with you, I was biting at the bit. I was dying. I was just like, I want to be there. I want to ask her this. I want to ask her that. I was going nuts.
I'll be right back, dude. I got to just take a quick bathroom break.
Yeah, no worries, man. Oh, man. So how y'all doing? Everyone doing well? Yeah, no, she was cool. She was, I got to say, just me personally, I don't agree with everything she said. I don't. I think some of her, I disagree with some of her conclusions. But she's done a fabulous amount of research, and she has a very clear thinking procedure. And so it's totally. It's as likely that she's right as it is that I am right. There's no reason to believe that whatever. But even with the stuff I disagree with, I like the conclusions she came to. Yeah, I know. I'm going to bring that up today. I'm very sad about my lack of my Mojave trip. I got to be really honest with everyone. Even if I'd won, I don't think I would have gone. Maybe I would have, but yeah, I don't know. I would. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'd have to see. But there's a lot more coming to that story. So hold on to your seats. And I don't mean tonight. The next couple of days, there's going to be some stuff coming. So.
How you doing, John?
Doing okay. Doing pretty good. So I want to offer you an analogy that might help you with some of the concepts that you guys were talking about, right?
After the show.
Okay. All right. You got it. It was going to be like, 30 seconds, but okay. But you got it.
My brain is fried over her, and I mean that in a good way.
Yeah, no, it was a great conversation. It was very interesting. It was very, very interesting. The book I said at the start of the show, you mean Carlo Rovelli? That might have been what you're talking about. Carlo Rovelli is a physicist, and he's written a couple books. The one for everyone to start with is there's one called like the 7 Lessons in Physics, I think it is. You can get it in an audiobook, and it's the only one that he actually narrates himself. So you get it in his native Italian accent, and it's fun. It's a fun book. It's basically a short version of one of his bigger books, and it's so much fun. So I don't know if you're talking about Carlo Rovelli, but I think you might have been.
All right. Give me 2 seconds here. Big thank you to Todd, Lynn, R&R, Dirt Road, Thomas, Simon for the super chats. Really do appreciate that. No, I have not seen Dolan and Doty talk MIBs yet, Stephen. And YJ, I swear to God, man, I did not see a single one of your questions on my chat room. I really did not. I know you're not going to believe me again, but I swear to God, I didn't see one. Here we go. We're rounding third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate it. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's Newswire, and what's the other one? Oh, yeah, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We bring in the fedora-wearing John Hudson. Here comes the UFO Report. Yeah, it's that time once again where the fedora-wearing John Hudson comes on in to Spaced Out Radio, breaks down the latest and greatest in the UFO news that is going on around the world. And John, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, and thank you everyone for sticking around. It's nice to see everybody.
All right, let's get right to it. Video from 1995 from the Air Force that military.com brought out. I saw this earlier today, man, and I was like, really? Are we getting
to me? I know. So first, there's so many interesting aspects to this story, right? So first off, like Dave said, this is basically there was an old show called Hard Copy, and basically Hard Copy did an episode in 1995 about a Air Force video of a bloody UFO. I mean, that's what it looks like, right? And it's not a bad video. And what's so amazing about this story is, one, this happened in 1995, and most everyone I talked to had no idea. I had no memory of it whatsoever, had no idea what it was. And so that's weird. Two, military.com. I mean, it's not like the military.com website is run by the DoD or anything, right? Like, I mean, don't put that much, like prestige on it, but still it's a somewhat conservative periodical, and they pull this out of the woodworks, right? But to me, the real story beyond this, and I encourage you guys to go watch the video because it's kind of cool, is that it once again supports my current frustrating hypothesis, which is that it's not about events. It's not about some big event happening that makes everyone aware. We've had a ton of events that should have made everyone aware, and they didn't work. And there's a ton of them. If you go back in UFO history, there's a ton of these things, and this is just another perfect example. Like, I watched the video. To me, this was as impressive of a video as like the Tic Tac. I mean, and like no one cared. It blows my mind. I don't get it. I mean, you agree, Dave? It was an interesting video, right?
I thought it was, and you know what? I swear I saw this video on Hard Copy in 1985.
Okay, well, good. I'm
really
thank you, Dave. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're the first.
I'm old. What's happened?
Yeah, it's just like, but anyway, go check it out. I'll put it in my notes. Go check it out. It's a cool video, and there's not like there's anything to follow up on it. It's just, to me, it's just like military.com did it, and it's Hard Copy, and it was in 1995. Like, where did this come from? So it just kind of blew my mind.
Yeah, it kind of blew my mind too. Why is this video coming back to fruition now?
I have no clue. I have absolutely no clue whatsoever. The only thing I can guess is that, like, the writers over at military.com were just like pouring through Google and probably not Google for this, maybe DuckDuckGo, but they were pouring through search engines and found it. That's the only thing I can think of, because it doesn't relate to anything. It was just this random story. But like, why that wasn't on CNN when it came out, I have no idea. Like, it was on hard copy and then no one followed up on it.
Right?
Bizarre.
Bizarre. Unbelievable. It really is unbelievable. All right, let's move on to Anjali here, because
so sad.
The retreat to go find aliens in the Mojave Desert that we all knew wasn't going to happen is now unofficially not happening.
Well, I have her quote here. She said, "With great respect, the expedition to the mountain is postponed. Wayne has now said that no one may enter his property, including myself. My intentions are to press forward. I will gather the team and they will be briefed, and together we will determine a plan of action. I need backup." So essentially, she is still trying to give people hope that it's going to happen. And I will say this: I actually do believe that she wants to do this. I don't know why, because I don't think it's going to end well. But I do believe she wants to do this for some reason. However, from what I'm hearing, Wayne, the gentleman's name, Wayne has actually talked to some people, and Wayne is evidently going to be interviewed, I believe, in the beginning of December. And I'm still getting details on this. And my understanding is that Wayne doesn't feel the same way that Anjali does, and wishes to speak his mind. And I don't think it's going to
expand on that. What do you mean by that?
Well, from what I've heard, and I haven't talked to him, he has no idea who she is. There's no tunnel. He never dug a hole, and there's no portal. And he's rather irritated that people have been calling him. Yeah, it's weird. It's super weird. Especially because if you listen to her original story, it was Wayne that she met in the coffee shop that overheard her conversation, that struck up a conversation with her and took her back to his property. Wayne was the whole instigator of this whole thing. So now that there's this great Wayne's World meme that's blown up all over Twitter, because it's Wayne's World.
And she's telling stories that one of the reasons why he shut it down is allegedly this Wayne gentleman has cancer.
Well, I had heard that when she first told her story in the very beginning, she alluded to that. She alluded that he had been fighting cancer at some point in the past. I didn't know that he was still fighting it. I didn't know what stage it was in or anything like that. But she had alluded to before that Wayne was ill. But the funny thing is, a couple people on Twitter have taken the opposite stance, and they're like, Wayne's trying to stop disclosure. Somebody trying to place Wayne as the evil villain in this scenario. And even Anjali was coming up to Wayne's defense, going, no, Wayne's a nice guy.
How does he not know who Anjali is? Who's telling?
Well, he knows now. I'll tell you that.
Well, I realize that he knows now, but are you buying his story that he's never seen her before in his life? Because look, I mean, it's the same thing. Like if somebody puts you in an uncomfortable predicament, you're going to try and hit that deny button very well. It's easy. Look, it's easy with everything Anjali has said to blame her, okay? Or to him throw her under the bus, say, I don't know who this lady is.
Yep.
Right.
Oh, no. Oh, absolutely. No. I mean, that's the problem. There's so many possibilities, right? It's possible that he really doesn't know anything. It's possible that most of what we heard happened as it said, but realistically, there was only a small tunnel. And when each of them got to the end of it, they just went into a trance and thought they went somewhere and didn't actually go somewhere. There's so many possible explanations to what happened. And, and it's very possible that Wayne, when he introduced her to this and all this, was thinking that, this is not going to end up on, CNN, and I'm just sharing this with a fellow experiencer, sort of a thing. And now that he's seen all the press that she's generated and the things she did on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, he's like, I'm out of here. And maybe he is just denying it all. I agree with you. I think it's possible.
Hold on one second, because Matthew Quiet Riot in our chat room says he talked to Wayne 3 weeks ago, said
Nicely
Wayne was
done.
not amused. All right. And then he said Wayne said he would do an interview. Okay. Who's he
I believe it is Steve Chamberlain. Cambion. I believe it's Cambion. I believe he's the one who got the interview. I believe it's the first week of December. And I will say that the Angeli the other day went on a show with him and Jeremy, alien scientist, and like two other people that are all pretty anti her hypothesis. And she actually went on and debated it with them. It was only like a 14-minute show. I haven't watched it yet, but I gotta say, I give her props for trying.
Well, let's see what else Matthew has to say. Says Wayne said he didn't know Angeli, and Wayne was super nice. No, Wayne is an honestly nice dude. She knew he had cancer. He didn't call it off because of it. Matthew said, I told folks 3 weeks ago this was going to happen. And then she had to make a move, according to Matthew. He doesn't know anything. He said, who? Can you say her name again? He was so confused. Oh, yeah.
Oh man, this is at some level, this is beautiful
stuff. I mean, this is the woo battery that just keeps on wooing.
Yes. Yeah. It's astounding. It really is. It's astounding.
Right?
It is astounding. It is astounding. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I don't know. We'll find out more, same bat time, same bat channel. So
all right. Finally, explain to us who John Ramirez is.
Okay. Now we have some real stuff. Okay. So I'll try to, get more serious here. So, John Ramirez is a really lovely individual. Just for full disclosure, I'm in one of the small, side chat things that I'm on Discord is a small group, very small group, and he's one of them. And so I've been talking to him for a couple months, and he's a really good guy. And he basically retired from the CIA in 2009. He was a GS-15, which is essentially the highest rank you can achieve as a civilian without going into an executive role. So he is, I believe, the same rank that Elizondo was at. At one point, he and Elizondo did work in the same building, but they never actually saw each other. So at that point, they didn't know each other existed. And basically, what John has decided to do is John decided to create a presentation. It's I believe, if I remember correctly, it's 74 slides. There'll be a link to it in the notes. And this presentation is astounding. This presentation is absolutely astounding. And the reason why it's astounding is the very end of it is just fun. It's like his crazy hypotheses about what might be this and what might be that, and that's entertaining. But the bulk of it is teaching all of us how the government actually works, who actually controls what data, and where we all should actually be filing our FIOAs to. That's really what it is. It's a lesson about how to file better FOIAs, right? That's really what the presentation is. However, in the presentation, several other things were said that I wanted to call it light to. So one of them is a gift to you, Dave. And that is that he was asked, about why he thought, in his opinion, that Lou Elizondo had not used the word hybrids or talked about hybrids, and did he think that this was a word that Lou wasn't supposed to use for some reason? And John Ramirez gave an interesting response. He basically kind of was kind of like to me kind of gave like a well of course kind of response, but basically said and I'm paraphrasing here, and I want to know, I have a message into John to get clarity about this, to make sure that I'm understanding right. He wasn't able to get back to me before the show. But going on what he said in the interview, what he said was, it's not time yet. That hasn't happened yet in the schedule. The other things have to happen first. Is essentially what he said.
Like what?
He didn't say that. But basically what he was implying was that there was a narrative, right? I mean, that's really what it was implying, was that there's a schedule, and that certain things have to happen before other things happen, and that there's an order of operations, and that using the word hybrid in public is something that's not supposed to happen till later. And that was like, like that surprised me. That caught me off guard, I must admit. And so that was fun. And then the other thing, so basically there's a lot of great things in this presentation. I recommend everyone look at it. But what I pulled out of it mainly was a gift for Dave and a gift for me. So the gift for me part is that the other day when I was telling all you guys about the relationship between OSAP and ATIP, and I was talking about the ridiculous kind of infighting that's been going on about the funding, and how ATIP didn't need funding because they didn't have to build any buildings, they didn't have to hire anyone, they didn't have to buy any stuff. It was just OPEX basically, which means everyone's already got a salary, they're all paid, and so they didn't need to have extra funding. Well, essentially in this, in the presentation, John Ramirez said almost exactly what I said. I mean, he even said, if you don't have to build any buildings, he actually used that same phrase. I was blown away. And so basically we have a GS-15 former CIA confirming exactly what I told you all. And so that was my gift. And so, but I highly recommend you guys check it out. It's one hell of a presentation, and I'll provide a link to it in the notes.
All right. And that'll be on from John's Twitter account to our Twitter account at Spaced Out Radio. He always tags us in it. John, another great episode of the Unbiased UFO Report. We'll talk to you in a few minutes in the after hours. And thank you so much for your great work, buddy. Let's get to the news.
Thank you.
Let's get right to Shirky Poo's news. A family who thought their grandfather's body was going to be donated to science after he died learned that he ended up as a sideshow for an oddities event, dissected in front of a paying public audience in the middle of a hotel event room across the country. The body of David Saunders, a 97-year-old World War II veteran, ended up in the ballroom of a Portland, Oregon Marriott hotel where people paid up to $500 for tickets to see a live autopsy in person. The family discovered what happened to their grandfather's body only after an undercover journalist with Seattle news outlet King 5 attended the October event and spotted the man's name on a tag hanging from his body. The autopsy, performed by a retired college anatomy professor, included several hours of dissection, slicing into the chest cavity, and removing organs and the brain. Mike Clark, a funeral director in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, handled Saunders' body after his death. Clark said that he passed the body to a private company called MedEd Labs, which claimed to solicit corpses for medical research purposes. That company then sold the body to Jeremy Siliberto, the founder of DeathScience.org, who partnered with the Oddities and Curiosities Expo to hold the cadaver autopsy event. Siliberto said he bought the bodies for this event for more than 10 grand. The Oddities and Curiosities Expo is a traveling event that hosts vendors and offers classes like taxidermy for jackalopes and two-headed ducklings. We truly have something weird for everyone at our show, the Expo's website says. All items you see on our shows are legal to own and sustainably sourced. Siliberto advised that these events on his TikTok account. This is weird, man. I'm continuing with this story. People involved claim that they were duped by the next person in the line of custody to take possession of Saunders' body. Clark said that he was under the impression that MedEd Labs would use the corpse for medical research. Apparently, that's not happening, as dead grandpa is now a circus clown. All right, moving on. The bloom of a giant and stinky Sumatran flower, nicknamed the corpse flower, well, it's because it smells like a dead body, is drawing huge crowds in California's Southern Botanical Garden. The bloom, it began Sunday afternoon at the San Diego Botanic Gardens in Encinitas. Yeah, but by the morning time, timed entry tickets had sold out, and more than 5,000 people were expected to have visited the garden by today. The bloom of the corpse plant lasts just 48 hours. During its peak, the flower emits a putrid odor of rotting flesh to attract carrion beetles and flesh flies to help its pollination process. Isn't that pleasant? Thought of the Dave, about to happen right now. Let's get to it. What does time mean to you? Science Bob, the sequence of events that leads to increased thermodynamic entropy. Chris, I'm not sure. Ask them, maybe. Like his dogs. They'll know. They seem to have plenty of it. Magnus, nothing. Dave, money. David, time is like a rubber band. Time is at our command. Jaretta, past, present, and future. Joshua, time to me is a construct created in order to experience our version of reality the way it was intended. Kenneth, timing is everything. Joe, time is nature's way of keeping everything from happening at once. Krista, I have access to a lot more of it when I'm not stuck in my head trying to control my life into existence. Sparkles, time is interesting. I've noticed for years that there seems to be slow time days and fast time days. Mike, long story, for time is a perception of our own humans and our own senses. Interesting. All right, Lori, time is where we place our conscious awareness. Danny, time is an abstract concept. Evan has the final word. Ask me later. Thank you for everybody participating in the Thought of the Dave. We really do appreciate it. Thank you to Shirky Poo for the news, John Hudson for the UFO report, and author Lisa Broderick talking about time. It was interesting, wasn't it? We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone chatting away on YouTube, Twitch, LGAB, Revolution Radio, Spreaker, Facebook, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night, but soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. All right. I got to get to something here right off the bat here, because the one thing I do not like being accused of is being a liar. All right. So, YJ Overlander, I don't know where you are, if you're in our chat room or not, directed at you. All right. I don't lie about not seeing your questions. I don't lie about ignoring you on Instagram. In fact, I just checked my personal Instagram. I've never got a message from you unless your name isn't YJ Overlander on Instagram. If you messaged the other channel or other one, Spaced Out Radio Show on Instagram, that is read by and taken care of by Spookles the cat. Okay? And if she has time, she will respond. I don't dodge questions from the audience for a guest unless those questions are either A, rude, B, irrelevant to the conversation, or C, make no sense at all, much like something asked by a few people at times. All right? So to spite me and call me a liar in my own chat room, not cool, dude. Okay, and then to say, well, you're not seeing any of my questions, so you're not going to see any of my super chats. If you are wanting to take a shot at me, do it. Do it. Okay? I don't. First off, I have never taken. Okay, so let's not make shit up here, okay? He says, I think that Dave doesn't read my questions because it's a way to try and squeeze super chats out of me since I give them when I want to. It's a behavioral game. That is simply not true. So if you're going to make false accusations like that, I'm going to respond. I have never, ever used the super chat to force people to ask questions. Unlike other YouTube channels out there where if you want to get your question to Lou Elizondo, you have to put down a certain amount of money. I've never done that. So don't pull that shit with me here. That's not cool. All right? Not cool at all. Okay? You have to understand something. I do everything here. I do not have a producer. I do not have anybody sitting in my studio right now. Look, there's me. There's me. Do you see anyone else in my studio right around me? Are they here? Are they under my desk where my shoes are? See, my shoes are down here. All right. All right. Do you see any other person in here? No. Have you heard my door being closed to my studio? No. So if you're going to sit here and call me a liar, I'm going to fire back. I like you. I don't have any issue with you whatsoever. Okay? I don't know why there are certain times I do not see questions in my chat room. For instance, I'll give you another example. I'm not looking at the YouTube chat room. I am looking at the StreamYard chat room. And there are times, even when I'm doing roll call, that I will literally go through roll call. I'll say hello to everybody because I type it on out. All right, the best that I can. And then when I'm doing roll call, somebody's name will be missed and it will pop up in the chat. I don't know if that's happening at this time. Okay, this is why I often will say, if I miss your question, repost your question. All right, so don't sit there and try and bitch at me and say that I'm holding out for super chats and money. That is scummy, absolutely scummy. And I expect better of you being a fellow BCer. I do.
Can I make a suggestion?
You have no idea how much work it takes to put one show together. One show. All right? One show. And I do it all and I work my ass off for one show a day. You don't have to be here again. Okay? You're causing an issue. I really don't care. I really don't care. All right? I'm going to be sad that you're leaving. I'm going to be sad that you think somewhere in your weird thoughts that you're calling me a liar and you're justifying that. I'm fine. Fine with it. You don't want to be here? That's fine. I'm going to be sad to see you go, but I'm not going to stand up for accusations of you calling me a liar and pretty much a thief that I only ask questions when super chats are brought up, because that is bullshit. Bullshit. Oh, by the way, John, he also tried to throw you under the bus, saying that you told him how it works behind the scenes.
Told him how what works?
I don't know.
I mean, there are people that do that, and they're very public about it. They'll say, "Look, if you didn't get your question in 2 weeks ago and you want your question answered today, you need to do a super chat."
Apparently, I'm a narcissist and I'm gaslighting.
Here's the problem: is that if right, and I don't know, but if he is posting questions and they really aren't showing up in your StreamYard chat stream, which appears to be what's happening, that means that he's not the only person it's happening to, and we need to get down to the bottom of it, because that means other people are being impacted as well. And so what I would really like to encourage him to do if he decides to come back another day is to take screenshots of the chat window so we can see the timestamp and we can see where it sits in line with the other messages, so we can see what messages are above and below yours. And screenshot your questions when you post questions, and take screenshots of each one and get them to us. I mean, post them to my Twitter account. Do whatever you need to do to get them to us, because if this is happening, and that, I mean, honestly, I'm going to assume for a second that both of you are being as honest as you can be, and this is actually happening. For some reason, some messages are not showing up on the StreamYard. They have to scoop it out of YouTube and repost it. There might be bugs in that code. And so if that's what's going on, I would really like to get down to it, because you aren't the only one being impacted by it. There's probably other people that aren't getting their questions asked either. So it'd be really nice to get screenshots of this so we can actually figure out what is actually going on.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a ton of bugs when you take a streaming text like that and you try to repost it into another application, and people usually don't spend a lot of time writing that code because they don't consider it important. They do it best delivery, not guaranteed delivery.
Hold on, I'm trying to find something here.
Because, I mean, what a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of times the questions you guys ask, those have a huge impact on the show. I mean, really good questions asked really improve the show. They make it a lot more enjoyable, for not just for you guys, but for us too. So we want those questions. Those questions are important to the quality of the show.
I agree.
Except for facts.
One second here. Oh, here it is. How can zero questions be seen, yet every criticism of the lack of seeing them be seen? Hudson knows why. He thought it was funny. You're the Hudson. Let's call a spade a spade. Apparently, over here, I'm called a liar by him, saying that he never brought you up. Where is the comment here?
And I thought it was funny. Well, I mean, I don't doubt that. I think a lot of things are funny. And I get in trouble sometimes because.
Well, then he says, I didn't say that he told me anything. I said his laugh says he knows. Don't lie, Dave. I'm not lying. You put it right there. It's called a spade, or a club, or a diamond. Can't forget the hearts. Heart or heart.
But I don't doubt that I laughed. I laugh at a lot of things.
You do. It pisses me off sometimes.
Well, it sucks because most people like assume that I sometimes I'm laughing at people, and I don't ever do that. I hate that. I think it's a horrible thing to do. So I'm often laughing the same way. It even happens with my daughter. My daughter would do something, I'll start laughing. She's like, "Why are you laughing at me?" I'm like, "Because I think you're adorable." And I think it's awesome that you're going through. I went through the same thing when I was your age. I think it's funny. She's like, oh, sucks.
I love this job. I chose this job for a reason.
Good mantra. All right, can I explain my analogy to you now?
Let's see if he's done.
Okay. I'll wait. And for everyone in the chat room, I'm right now doing my notes to post them to Twitter.
Now I'm a Jimmy Church guitar wall copycat wannabe. Here come the cheap shots now. Okay, first off, before I put my guitars up, I'd never seen Jimmy Church's studio. So let's not make up stuff or try and give little childish cheap shots. You know, the beautiful part about it is, YJ, okay, if you want to be this way, it's my show. I'll get the final word. And realistically, you're the only one hurting your credibility right now. So keep it on up. I'm not going to ban you. I'm not going to ban you. Oh, it's another lie? Really? Prove that I'm not lying. Prove that I'm lying again. My God, YJ, grow the hell up.
I think every guitar player I know hangs up all their guitars. It's a very guitar player thing.
Thank you, owner. Yeah. All right, John, let's move on here.
All right. So one possible explanation for this, for a lot of these challenges with having a concept of how these dimensions work and how this interplay might happen is she was right. There's a lot of feedback coming back from people like Bowman over at Monroe Institute, like Robert Monroe, a lot of other people, that essentially that we have this whole concept of space wrong, and that essentially all these dimensions are essentially happening on top of each other, okay, in the same place, which is essentially why, like you can have entities that are around us. And the best analogy I've come up with to kind of wrap my head around this is how radio works, right? Mm-hmm. Because right now there's a gazillion radio stations blowing by my head as we speak. That's the whole reason why some people actually hear radio stations if they have enough metal in their teeth. And
Gilligan Island was correct.
It can't. It's very rare. It's very, very rare, but it can happen. It require. I don't think it can happen anymore. I think it was based on a metal that was used at a certain point in history. But essentially, you take a radio crystal and you tune it, and suddenly, you get to that right frequency, and suddenly this incredibly full sound comes out of, like, a whole band, a whole orchestra, all this stuff, right? Well, while you're listening to that radio station, you can't hear any of the other radio stations that are blowing by your head. And there's a ton of them, right? And so to me, that's the best analogy to think of, is that we are all of us in this reality, we're all tuned to 98.5, right? And because of that, we hear, see, feel 98.5. But at the same time, there's a bazillion other radio stations being played all around us, and we're just not tuned into those radio stations. And every once in a while, you get bleed like you used to on radios, right? Where, like, radio stations would fade in and out sometimes. You drive too far away, and one radio station would jump in on that same channel. Same sort of idea, right? And so to me, that's the best analogy I've come up with to kind of explain all of this, is that, and maybe what it is that some entities can exist on a wider range of frequencies, right? And maybe this is why when you talk to mediums and so forth, they talk about the fact that the frequency has to be raised and lowered to essentially communicate with different people at different levels, right?
Right.
And so to me, I don't know. I think there's some validity to this analogy. And I think it makes it easier to understand. No, I live by analogies. If I don't have a good analogy, I don't understand something.
Makes sense though, John. I just, you know what, dude? I am not a smart science guy. I really am not.
Well, Dave, look, man, I got to be honest with you. I don't agree, and here's why I don't agree. You don't love it, right? Like unless I'm wrong, the impression I got from you is it physics and stuff. Okay, yeah, it's been kind of interesting to listen to, and it's kind of fun to geek out on once in a while. But it isn't like you don't ever like go read physics books on your own, right? Is that a safe assumption, right? And
That's
so, yeah, okay, and the truth of the matter is that none of us can get good at something that we don't love. You only get good at the things you really love. And so when people talk about being smart in one thing or another, what they're really saying is that's something I had a passion for at a very young age. And so I consumed everything I could find on it for a really long time. That's how you get good at things, right? That's how you get to become experts, right? And so ultimately, what you've never gotten a passion for any of this. Now, one could argue that maybe the reason why you didn't is because you didn't have good teachers that actually really inspired you. And that's another conversation to have. It's possible that if you'd been inspired at a young enough age, you would have gotten into it. But I don't to me, like I'm really starting to question our entire concept of intelligence.
my
I'm
thing is, I really like physics. I think physics is incredible. I just, even when I took it in high school, I just could not grasp it. Like 2 plus 2 was not equaling 4, and that was okay. And I didn't understand why.
Yeah. So I had this advantage. I was taking honors physics in my junior year of high school. No, junior or senior year of high school. I think it was actually whatever year it was. I think it was my senior. That's right. It was my senior year because no one else was taking science classes except for me and like 28 other idiots that were like, ooh, honors physics. And one of the reasons why I did so well was one of my best friends, Chris, who I was at school with from first grade. I still talk to Chris. He's a chef up in Oregon, and he would sit next to me, and he was awesome at the math, and the theory confused him to no end. Like he could not get the concepts, and I was the opposite. For me, the concepts, the visualization of it, the understanding of the logic of the hypotheses and the theories made perfect sense to me. But I really struggled with the math. Now, what I didn't know at the time is how dyslexic I am. And so now I know why I struggled with the math. And so we worked together. If I hadn't had Chris, I don't think it would have ended well for me. And honestly, if Chris hadn't had me, I'm not sure it would have ended well for him either. You really have to have both sides of it, and that's one of the things that makes physics hard. Is it and that's one of the reasons why you'll meet physicists that I believe aren't really
You know, you know my
whole.
you know what my problem is? My
Hmm.
problem is I can tell you my exact problem. Going back to childhood, my parents, like in our area where I grew up, my parents had this group of friends where mostly everybody moved every 2 years, 2 to 3 years.
Huh.
Okay. So, you buy your house, you get a new house. You buy your house, you get a new house. Kind of like house flipping.
Okay.
I ended up, and dude, I was a brilliant, brilliant student. My first grade, I would say grade 1 or kindergarten to grade 4, grade 5. I was a brilliant student. I would say grade 6, pardon me. And I loved school. I couldn't understand why people hated school. But my grade 6 year,
Awesome.
going into grade 7, and that's a big time for friends, and you're going into puberty, and these are,
Hard.
you know and
It's
I'm
hard.
sick and tired of making friends every 2 years and getting all of these buddies, and then all of a sudden my parents fucking move again. Okay. And hold on, I missed one here. Son of a gun, which one did I miss? So okay, I missed KZAX4. Hold on. And
Yeah.
so, long story short,
And so you guys were moving too. It wasn't just everyone else that was moving. You were moving frequently
no,
as well.
it was like our family, right?
Gotcha.
And so, long story short, um, my parents moved going into my grade 7 year, and I was so pissed off. And all we did was move across town.
Hmm.
All right. But I was so pissed off about moving again that I um, literally learned to hate school. I just didn't care enough about school anymore. It was like, what, because every school you go to, like everybody has a different uh
You
way.
got depressed, Dave.
What's that?
You got depressed.
Oh yeah.
That's what happened. You got depressed. And when you get depressed, things that you used to like, you don't like anymore. That's one of
Yeah.
the biggest signs of depression, right? So that
So
was probably one of your first big battles with depression.
could have been. Never thought about it that way. But the whole point that I'm getting at is like I just didn't give a shit about school anymore. I went from an A student to, when I graduated, I was a C plus student.
Wow.
Yeah. I just didn't care. I hated it.
Wow.
I hated it. And
That
and
sucks,
so,
man.
you know, it really like because of it, because when you're learning a new curriculum every 2 years, okay, I remember when I was in grade 3, my teacher, we never went above the 9 times table. So all of a sudden, going into and even in grade 4, and so all of a sudden I get we move again. I move to different town, back to my hometown, and all of a sudden here the kids are doing 10, 11, 12 times tables. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And all of a sudden, the teachers are like, well, write a summary, right? Well, what's a summary? And I became so enclosed because moving all the time, I stopped asking questions.
Well, and what you're picking up on is a huge problem that we have all over the place, and that is that from one point of view, it's good that we let teachers teach, but at the same note, it creates a tremendous amount of inconsistencies from one school or even one school district to another. And so for kids, especially like the military brats, it has a very negative impact on their academic performance. It really does, for all the reasons you're listing. It's very harmful. It really is. It's very, very harmful. Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of the things that it's one of the pressures that I now feel about having a kid that I never had before is that
Yeah.
because I had to move once when I was a kid, and it was very emotional and very upsetting move for me, and I think it had more of a negative impact on my brother than it did me, but it did, and like you, we only moved across town, and I was actually still able to go to the same school and keep the same friends, so it wasn't even that far, but still, just the whole experience, when you're young, home is home. It's supposed to be
Absolutely.
your safe place.
Yeah.
It's yeah, it's really, it has a very negative impact. And honestly, like I think that, I mean, fortunately I for me, like it was hard for me to do like get straight A's because I didn't know I was dyslexic and had ADD, but I could do well enough. And honestly, I think when I got into high school, what really kept my grades up was that I knew if I kept my grades up, then no one would start looking too closely at me. And I was doing a lot of drugs, and so I didn't want to get caught. And so basically, I knew if I kept my grades up, that everyone thought, "Oh, he's a good kid because his grades are good, so we don't have to worry about him." So for me, it was actually a big charade that I had to maintain, or otherwise people might notice.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dude, I never got into the drugs. Never got into that. They scared me too much. But like even with my parents, I love my parents dearly, and I think they raised a good family. I really do. But there was no study habits. Study habits were go upstairs and read your book. You know, I didn't learn until college on how to take notes. I didn't understand it. Nobody ever taught me.
You know, Dave, you were touching on such an important thing, and I can give
Yeah.
you a perfect example of it in that, you know, and now I know why, but basically I was one of these kids where I couldn't read the textbooks, right? At home, I couldn't do it. And so basically I would just, you know, pay attention in class, and I was just blessed. I was lucky enough, I was smart enough that basically I could just pay attention in class and I could get B pluses, A minuses, and not put a whole lot of work into it. Never really did homework. My brother was the same way. My sister, on the other hand, you know, she's a very, very smart girl, but not quite as far over the weird edge of intelligence that my brother and I are. And as a result, she actually had to study.
Yeah.
Well, she developed fantastic study habits, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so she ended up doing much better in college and going further in college than my brother and I did, because of the fact that she actually learned study habits, whereas my brother and I, like I had to learn them like in college, right? And I still didn't learn them very well, right? What you said is a really important point. Learning those study habits is huge.
And the other part is I used to panic during tests where like I could spend 2, 3 days studying. I could read a book and have everything memorized. Came to that test, I went blank, completely blank. And I'd come home with like a C minus. And my dad would be like, what the, you know, and just start going off on me. And I'd be
You
like,
know,
no, dude, like that isn't it. That
that you
isn't
know
it at
that
all.
that is a problem that we need to figure out a way to identify those people and take you out and put
Oh,
you through some kind of a training to deal with it, because it's so unfair. Because the flip side is there's people like me who I was very nervous up until a test started, but the instant the test started, I completely relaxed and I got good at I learned how to use tests against themselves, right? Where I would basically use questions to answer other questions. Like I got really good at tests, right? And it was horrible because you'd have other kids that worked harder in class who knew the material better, who would then freak out on the test and not do well. And then me, who would goof off, never do the homework, and only pay attention to lectures, and I would do better on the test because I was very relaxed and I was good at taking tests and I knew it, and so I had confidence taking tests. And the thing was that was very unfair, right? Very, very unfair. I mean, basically, like someone should have pulled you aside and figured out what was causing you to panic, and then taught you ways not to do so that you're
mhm.
not hampered the way, because it was totally very unfair, very unfair.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And you know, one other thing I remember was when I decided to change careers, I took a week long, it doesn't sound like much, but a week long financing course. And I remember sitting in that classroom for a week. Friday came, and here's the final exam. And I felt that panic coming on. And I remember I got really, really pissed off with myself because for the
Mhm.
first 10 minutes, I
Yep.
forgot everything.
Yep, and you beat
Couldn't
yourself up
remember
over
a
it.
thing. And so I remember I got really pissed off at myself. And I remember saying to myself, Dave, this is your last shot at doing something, and stop being a failure. Stop being a failure. And I remember saying that to myself. You know, you already know this. Calm down. And I calmed right down. And I even ended up getting the bonus question. I scored 110% out of
Good for
on
you,
the
Dave.
exam. It was like a, I think it was a 75 question test or
You
70
broke
question
through.
test. I broke through.
You
So
broke through. That's now let me ask you something. I mean, I assume you didn't, you haven't been had to take a lot of tests in the last, 10, 15, 20 years. But after that, were there other exams that you had an easier time with, or
no,
did you
that was
still
my final exam that I ever took.
oh. But the thing is, it's no joke. I mean, I have my brother-in-law, good guy, really smart guy, right? And he could have had his electrician's license freaking 10 years ago, and he knew this stuff so well, but he's like you were. As soon as he takes the test, he freaks out and he forgets everything. So as a result, he never did it. He never went through it. Now he works at a glass company, and he's like a manager, and he makes good money, and he does fine and so forth. But he would have been a fantastic electrician. He knew the material better than most people I know, but it was because of his fear of taking the test that he never wanted to do it. And so he never got his electrician's license. That's ridiculous. I mean, that's just flat out ridiculous. Very, very unfair.
What are we voting for Spooky for?
Coolest handle?
What are we voting for Spooky for?
I have no idea.
Somebody fill me in. Or for a wrench.
Doesn't she?
We got it. Let me see who our wrenches are here. I don't even know.
Is she a wrench? Why isn't she a wrench? I thought she was a wrench.
I think Spooky's is Spooky a woman or a man or non-binary? What do we got going on here? Community or exit under settings. There we go. Got Dave Hurley. I don't know who Sunflower is. Who the hell is Sunflower? Bye. Lynn, Spook Cat, World Duke, Vinny, who never shows up anymore.
Moment of silence for Vinny.
Big Willie, Clam, Jules, Jenny, Kira, Chad. How many we got? 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. Oh, I can't have 13. I can't have 13.
Yeah, there you go. Good logic.
Check out the block names here. Make sure.
Cracks me up when buildings don't have 13 floors.
Going through the block names just to see if we're not missing it, accidentally missing somebody here. So far, no. So far, no. Why is
someone's like, I don't want a wrench, thank you. I kind of like what Thomas does. How he just makes everyone a wrench. Kind of cracks me up.
Let's look in here.
Wrench is female.
You know, for a guy who doesn't block people, we got a lot of people blocked. Most of them trolls and bots.
Yeah, I mean, I know sometimes it's very, very necessary, but man, I hate the whole blocking.
I hate blocking people. There's nothing more that I hate than blocking people.
I think honestly, I think on Twitter, and I've had an account since 2009. I think I might have 3 people blocked, and that's it. I think that's all I have blocked. Now, there's a ton of people who will block me. I'm amazed how many people have blocked me. It's really funny. But I don't block other people.
Bob Berkins isn't blocked. Let's look there.
Oh, sorry. I got distracted, guys. I'll get my notes out in a second. I got to get all the links copied over. No. It's not. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. So what do you all think of tonight's talk? You guys all enjoyed as much as Dave and I did? Lots of good questions. Time is a funny concept.
Hey, Witch, how are you?
I actually want to get a hold of her because the way she was describing it, I used to have this thing happen to me when I was happened to me up into my early 20s. It hasn't happened since. I've been trying to get it to happen again. It would actually coincidentally, it would usually happen when I was taking a test. Funny side note, funny tie into our previous conversation. And what would happen is I would get this kind of funny feeling in my head, and I would suddenly notice that things started getting much louder. And then I would realize that time had slowed down, and time would slow down like quite a bit, like a lot. And where, I mean, I had plenty of time to react to anything, and colors would get brighter and sounds would get louder. And one time it happened to me outside, and when I was outside and it happened, I got like a real sense for my surroundings, and it was a very zen sort of, it was actually an incredible feeling. It was a really good, it was a very, very good feeling. But it was really the time slowing down that was the biggest factor of it. Although, and I mean, I could hear whispers. Oh my God, like people could be so far away and I could hear them talking. And it was and it sucked because I would get so excited about getting into this mode that very often I would ruin it by getting too excited, and then it would go away. It would get very frustrated. And I'm kind of wondering if what used to happen to me is similar to what she's doing. And if
Sounds
she
like
knows
it.
how to do it on purpose, I want to freaking learn, because that was amazing. Like, it was an amazing feeling. I mean, it was phenomenal.
Right. Oh, a couple things. Sorry, John. I just
No,
had a
please.
power thought.
Yeah.
We are looking for one more person to join our booking team. So if anybody wants to volunteer, let me know. That would be really cool. My brother Eugene, thank you so much. I love you, man. What was the other thing I was going to say? I forget now. Could have been that important. Was it? I don't know.
Shouldn't say that, because you're diminishing what was probably a good thought.
It was a good thought.
Yeah, so don't say what probably didn't matter. Just just take a couple of deep breaths, relax, and it'll come back to you.
Jennifer Hawkins, if you're interested in joining the booking team, you are more than welcome to hit me up on Facebook Messenger and reach out to me that way. If you're on Facebook, let me know. But we are looking for one person to add. Thank you, Witchy. You're looking good too. Hi, gorgeous Jordan Ashley Pettit. I saw you earlier, but I was kind of on a rampage there, so I apologize.
So for the people making comments about how nice and relaxed Dave looks, this has been going on since he had that session with Geraldine, right? And it's been a visible effect. Like, Dave was kind of rewound back to Dave from a few months ago, and it's been nice. And I agree.
I'm feeling better. Data derivations.
You can tell.
Oh, Chad Smith, look at that. Thank you for that super
Nice.
chat, buddy. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Oh, and someone mentioned anxiety attacks. I wondered that at the time. But since that has happened, I eventually developed a real anxiety problem and did have many, many, many panic attacks, and it was completely different, which surprised me. I actually thought it could be anxiety as well.
You're a people pleaser, though, like I am.
I go through phases. I
may shave my beard tomorrow.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. No. No. Do not do that.
All right.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
I still, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Bob, but I still have trouble looking at Bob. Like when I would use Bob pictures in the art, I would grab an old picture of Bob when he still has the beard. But you grow beards fast, so
Yeah.
if it's just bugging you, you just want to or shave most of it off and just keep like the mustache and the goatee and just do like that
I used to do that.
Alan Watts, like do that big long like mystical. That'd be awesome.
That would be nice. That would be nice. Hi, Data Derivations. How are you? Fidgety Aura.
For some reason, Mr. Jeremy Jones gets upset when I get excited. It's interesting.
I could do some R. Keith Andrews mutton chops. Thank you for the idea, Thin Lizzy. I would love to grow a curly mustache, Simon. I cannot grow a mustache worth crap.
Well, isn't that all wax?
Mm-hmm.
I think when people do that, I think it's just like tons and tons and tons of wax.
I have a buddy of mine in town here, Paul, who he grows a fantastic mustache. Big, thick, and he can actually wax it and curl it around. It's fantastic.
Wow. The only thing I can't
lip blade like that.
The only thing I can't. How do you sleep?
How do I sleep?
No, I mean, how do people sleep when they have the whole?
Well, you wash it out. The wax washes out daily.
Oh, okay. All right. Lazarus, why is UFO culture being silenced now once again? Do you feel it's being silenced more than usual? It seems like there's always a pressure on everybody. I haven't really noticed it being particularly bad right now, but I might just not be noticing a phenomenon going on. Have you seen that, Dave? Do you feel there's any extra pressure right now?
I would disagree that it's being silenced. What I would say is that I would put it this way. I think what we're seeing is a lot of cliques and factions break into teams, and that's what we are seeing on the UFO front. Okay, is we're seeing a lot of people choosing their teams, and that's who they're siding with, no matter what, thick and thin. And that's what I see happening. I don't see a lot of. I know there's a lot of background talk going on. There's a lot of background talk going on, and a lot of people are really tired of the BS of UFO Twitter and the drama that goes along with it and the accusations. I think there's a loud minority that is calling a lot of people liars, and that has really pushed a lot of the voices in the know into more of a background sense because they're tired of dealing with it.
Yep.
And they're tired of, they'll put some information, say, out on Twitter or Facebook, and the next thing you know, what's happened is you get a bunch of people on there. You got a siren? Oh, that's okay. You can leave it on.
Yeah. Whatever they got, they stopped. So they got him. No, but and the thing is that just to add to what you're saying, I think when there's a lot of fighting going on, one thing I noticed, like when this whole thing was going on last week between Greenwald and Eric Davis, when all that happens, like a lot of the other conversation doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
It really kills a lot of the other conversation, and yeah, I've seen. Well, I mean, Jonathan Davies, he's basically stopped using Twitter.
Jonathan Davies just walked away from Twitter.
Yeah, he did. and and the thing that really bugs me is that, I mean, for a while I was involved in a lot of sideline, like Twitter chat groups, like, on a DM side, right? And the thing that bugged me about it was, okay, yeah, it was a safer environment to talk and everything, but there was a lot of really good stuff getting said and a lot of really important, like, stuff being said that no one else was benefiting from, right? Like it wasn't being shared with anyone else. And so, I tended to kind of pull back from really getting. I'm still involved in 2 or 3, but I try to kind of pull back from that. And now I'm getting sucked into all these Discord channels, and it's the same sort of thing where it's like, I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. Like the one of them I'm in, it's really small. It's like 12 people now. That's the one that John Ramirez is in. That I got to admit, that's really nice. Like that's, I have to admit, I like that one. But the thing is the same thing once again, where like, there's all this great stuff being said and posted, and no one else is benefiting from it. And what I'm seeing is a lot of the YouTube channels basically launching Discords and making it like part of their, like if you become a Patreon, you get access to our Discord sort of a thing. UCR is doing it. I've seen a lot of places do it, and it's like, that just divides us up even more. I mean, like when groups are infighting, the best way to solve it isn't to go off and each take your own neighborhood, right, and build walls up between each other. That's not how you fix it, right? That's how you make it worse.
Yeah.
Is the UCR one free? Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to imply all of them are requiring a Patreon. I just meant that some of them were, and I found that funny. And there's a ton of Discords now. But also it's a huge time suck. I mean, like for me, like just keeping up with I think right now I'm only involved in 2 different Discord channels, and keeping up with that. I mean, it's a lot of work, and you try to keep up with that and Facebook and Twitter and everything else you're involved in. And my goodness, it can suck a boatload of time. And it sucks because a lot of it isn't frivolous time. You're having actually really interesting conversations with smart folks that know a lot of stuff, and are sharing cool ideas and giving you good feedback. And I mean, it's a lot of it's really helpful conversation, but it's incredibly time consuming. And and I don't know, and it bums me out when I see all this good stuff getting discussed, and it's only benefiting like 5 people. It's only benefiting 20 people. It's stuff that I think a lot of other people would do well to see. They would learn something from it.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of Discord.
Yeah, but that's because you had trouble turning it off and it was blowing up your phone, right?
Hugely.
Yeah.
Hugely.
Yeah.
It was
I mean, that might have been. I mean, honestly, that might have been a bug that they fixed by now. They've gone through a lot of improvements. It's actually, Discord's actually a really interesting story. It was actually started by a bunch of IT guys that were just created it for essentially for gaming in the beginning. And it's exploded, and they have, I forget what their rumored valuation is now. It's crazy. It's like I think it's $1 billion. I mean, seriously, it's like and I actually like the interface. I honestly, I don't like, none of the chat platforms I've seen out there are to me ideal. Like what I would say is ideal is kind of beyond what I see right now. Like I would do something different. But with all the ones I've seen out there, I would argue that Discord probably offers the most features. It offers the most customized, customability and the most control. But the problem is it's just what everyone likes. It's just, and a lot of what people like is based on fonts. It's based on color schemes. That's what we get attracted to.
Yeah, man. I'm just not a fan of it. I know that our next big step is we'll be starting a TikTok. channel.
Oh yeah, I made my first TikTok video. Everyone, if you want to go check it out.
How's that going for you?
Well, I just made it last night or the night before, so I haven't checked. I last time I looked, I had 2 followers and 39 people have viewed it. So
nice.
I don't know if that's a good start or a bad start, but I have nothing to measure it against. But Dan's being great. He's being super helpful. He's
I gotta sit with Dan here soon. And
he immediately started following me. He posted some stuff to encourage people to come watch it. He gave me some advice, and he's been super helpful. He's been really kind, and he's a good guy. He really is. He's
very nice,
very humble, very, very, very humble. He's a cool guy. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I will say that like if you go onto TikTok and you look at the #UFO tag, there are like 6 billion posts.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. 6 billion, right?
That's incredible.
Yeah, it is. It is. Now I don't know how many of those are properly labeled UFO, right? Yeah, no. Actually, it's fun. The best thing about TikTok is the voice modification. Like you can make your voice sound like a robot. You can basically make your voice sound really deep. You can give it like the echo of a theater. You can make it sound like all these different robots. One of the options is helium.
You know what's really screwed awesome. Is on my phone, and this is maybe I'm just technologically inept, but on my phone, I can't sign up for TikTok. I created a profile on my computer, and I cannot match the two to log in.
Oh. Well, I wonder. So, like, what a lot of people don't realize is that writing a front end client that for like a operating system, which is usually done through a browser, and then getting that to look and feel and behave the same way as you do a client for like an Apple phone or a client for an Android phone, it's not easy. And it often causes a lot of problems. Like we even have this problem in Minecraft where like if sometimes people playing on a PC can only see the people that are playing on a PC or an Xbox. They can't see the people that are playing on an iPad. It's really broken.
Like on my phone, it doesn't even say log in. It says sign up for an account. So if I go sign up, and then I continue. Oh, there's the login.
The one thing TikTok's really good at is humor. There's a lot of really funny stuff on TikTok. There's a lot of really, stuff I'm not into too. I mean, it's like there's a lot of stuff they view, but what it ends up being is what they really did is one of the things that TikTok did, one of the reasons why it's popular is because they recreated the channel flipping feeling. Like in the old days when we used to just flip channels, you just flip. That's kind of what it feels like. You just, just like, and I think that really appeals to people. And there is stuff on there that like you won't find other places because people just feel safer doing it on there.
I've got 3 followers, including Chad Smith.
Nice.
Chad Smith.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't even know how to create one of these things.
There's a plus button down at the bottom. You just hit the button, tells you what to do. Incredibly easy. It's incredibly easy. It's actually surprisingly simple.
So what do I do here?
So basically you press the plus button and then it's going to want to record you. Like you have to select, whether you want to do a 30-second video or a 45-second video or a 3-minute video. You select the one you want and you basically hit record and you record a video, and then after that they give you a bunch of options to like add subtitles, add a main title. You can do you can do special effects on your face. You can change your voice. You can do these things, or you can just ignore all that stuff. And then you get down to the very end, and then it asks you, do you want to post a video? And you hit post, and it just boom, it's gone.
I don't even know what to post on here.
Well, I mean, what I'm going to try doing is I'm going to try for a little while and see how it goes. Is basically, after we're done on one of these, when I do a news one of these nights, I'm going to go on and I'm just going to pick one of the 3 stories that we did, or one of the 4 stories that we did, and just do a quick 3-minute, data dump on that, on that story.
Well, that makes sense.
And so like the one I did 2 nights ago was I basically did a 2-minute and 30-second recap of the OSAP ATIP thing.
Right.
And so, it probably wasn't the best one, because that's kind of a deep topic that like a lot of people aren't going to care about. My first one probably should have been something more up level. But like I said, I was just trying to throw something in there. And someone asked about Minecraft. I had to stop playing Minecraft a couple years ago because I found it terrifyingly addictive. And so I've been avoiding Minecraft. Now I have a 6-year-old daughter, and she loves Minecraft. And so now I'm getting sucked back into it. I'm a little worried about myself.
You know what I can't understand on Facebook, our Facebook group, is out of the blue, I would normally get maybe 5 people every couple weeks wanting to join our group. And
Dave,
lately, since October 7th, we've had 301 new.
It's been crazy.
Members.
I've been approving, like I've personally, I don't know how many people everyone else is doing. I've personally been approving probably 3 to 5 people every day.
Yeah, and I've probably
every time I log in, like it's just 2 people waiting to be approved.
Yeah,
I do play Roblox. I love Roblox. I like Roblox better than Minecraft. My Roblox has far better graphics and far better tools. Roblox I love. But yeah, no, it's now Dave, for because you 2 are involved in a couple like private chat groups, right? Like with other people.
Oh yeah.
So are those on Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're just basically just private message chats like through the Messenger app.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that works.
Trying to find the SOR logo here so I can put it on our. I don't know where Vincent put it.
Well, someone asked about videos with Facebook Messenger. Contrary to what they tell people, that is not private, and they scan it. Everything posted, all videos, specifically videos and pictures posted to Facebook Messenger are scanned for all sorts of stuff. And it's the other day, some friend of mine like tried to send me just like a I think it was like a joke or something, but like there was something about it, and like the thing got flagged, and he got put into Facebook jail for 3 days.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, and it wasn't even like Twitter. If like someone complains about something you posted, they'll lock you out. But they tell you if you're willing to delete it right now, we'll let you back in like 12 hours or something like that. And if you want to stand by your grounds and appeal it, then you're gonna get locked out for like 7 days or something like that. And so you can make a choice. You can just give in and pull the data. But on Facebook, he didn't even have a choice. They just said you violated some policy. Facebook jail. Locked him out for 3 days. He could watch. He could log in and look, but he couldn't post anything. So I was like, wait, you mean that I can go on the Facebook now and I can say a bunch of crap about you and you can't respond? And he's like, you're evil. So I didn't do that to him. It wasn't very nice, but
Looking for the plane. Do you have a copy of the plane SOR logo? Can't seem to find it.
Which one?
Just the SOR.
Yes, I think. Well, I think I do. I think I do. I'm pretty sure I do. If I have it, I'll send it to you.
I can't find it.
I'm pretty sure I have it. I'm pretty sure I have it. Oh, something else I wanted to mention about time for everyone, just because it was I was thinking about it, is that, and this is one thing. If you read Carlo Rovelli's book, he'll talk about this. Is that there's a good chance that when you get down to Planck level, right? And Planck, for people who aren't familiar, Planck is essentially the smallest unit that we think is possible, right? That's the smallest unit that we think that you could ever measure, see, interact with of any sort. And so now there's this concept that there are things below Planck level. And the concept is that below Planck level, that's when you get into like quantum foam and stuff like that. Carlo Rovelli talks about this he explains it really well in this book. But below Planck level, there is no time. That's one of the predominant hypotheses right now, that when you get down below that level, there is no time. Which is really kind of interesting, because if you think about the fact that at the lowest level, what everything's built on doesn't have time itself, the time is only emergent above that level, it really puts into question how real time even is in the first place.
I think I got it here.
Did you find it?
I got one. There, I'm uploading it right now. There. I guess I got to do the bio and all that kind of stuff.
So I have the one with the where you look like the dad from Teen Wolf. I love that one. I don't think. No, I don't have just the plain SOR, but it's all the SORs I have you as Teen Wolf Dad in it.
You're Teen Wolf Dad. Okay, so we can't. I forget the Instagram. Add YouTube to our profile.
He does. I mean, everyone can see that, right? He looks like the Teen Wolf Dad. I mean, it's awesome. I love it. Let's see. Do they have? But like, one of my favorite things about TikTok is there's one of the channels where it's basically, so far what I've seen is primarily women, and it's them telling stories about like weird shit their kids have said, and it's awesome. Like some of it's pretty crazy. Like this one woman was talking about how her 4-year-old daughter was explaining to her how she used to be like this, this basically witchy woman in the forest that would make like concoctions and stuff for the king, and it was some of it was pretty damn weird. And it was all sort of thing where the kids say it, and then they say it for like a little while, and then they stop talking about it. But it's a lot of fun to listen to. And if you like huskies, there's a lot of videos of huskies talking, which is personally I really enjoy. But it's not clear to me how you make money on TikTok. Like I think I don't know. And also I don't like how it's kind of a pay to play thing. Like you can actually one of the buttons I noticed was like a promote button. And when you click on the promote button, it takes you to all these pages where it says that, for 2,000 units of whatever coin they use within TikTok, you can basically and they'll guarantee you 3,229 views. So you can basically just buy views on TikTok. And I mean, in theory, they're actually sending it out to those people and getting those people to watch it, I guess. But it's still kind of, yeah, Huskies are sassy. They're really cool dogs. My problem is I live in a very warm place, and so like I don't know if it'd be right to have a husky here, but boy, man, talkative animals. Funny dogs. Funny dogs.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm creating our profile here.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if TikTok survives. You know, like what it's like in 5 years, because you know, I don't know, but what seems to almost happen with a lot of these tools is that they get a generational grab. You know, like they grab a generation of people, but then they lose favor for other generations, right? So like it seems like there's a generation that's really into like Instagram, and there's a generation that's really into Snapchat, and there's a generation that's really into Facebook. And basically, as new platforms get created, the generation that was around at a certain age when that platform came out stick with it. And then, you know, new platforms come out and new generations join them, and all it seems to be doing is just bisecting us into pools of generations of people. Because the one thing I think is funny is like if you want to talk to any of the quote unquote old guard of the UFO world, like, you know, like you have to go to Facebook. Like there's no choice in the matter. Like that's the only way that's the only place to get a hold of any of them. It's really trippy.
Trying to find the area here where I can add close that. Add
to which one? To TikTok or to
yeah, so I can add the TikTok to our YouTube dashboard.
Oh, I see what you mean. I forget
what this damn thing is. Customization, branding. There it is.
Well, you know, I will say this about TikTok. I do not install TikTok on any of my normal devices. I have a separate iPhone 6, so it's like an older phone that basically I bought several years ago with airline miles as a VR camera, because it was the small. I get the bigger phones, and it's only the smaller ones that will fit into the VR glasses. And so I bought it just for VR, and I don't use it very much, but that's what I bought it for. So I took that phone and I stripped it down. I took as much of my personal information out of that thing as I could, and that's the phone I installed TikTok on, and that's the only phone I will run it on.
I think that's
because TikTok, they like it's, and the problem is, I shouldn't say problem. The funny thing is they don't even hide it. Like if you read the agreement, like the agreement clearly states that, you know, that you know, you're giving out a lot, and they pull a lot of data from your phone. And the problem is that you know, and it's the same problem with everything else, is that, you know, yeah, they pull a lot of data, right? And so, you know, if you're like American military, right? They don't want anyone in the US military installing TikTok, because now all your data is going to be in China. And it's true, but that doesn't mean that the Chinese are evil about it, because we do the same thing with Facebook, right?
Well, there we go.
It's not that, you know, they're evil for doing it, but it is, you know, China doing it, and so therefore, if you're military, you're not supposed to install TikTok.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
They slurp down a whole bunch of data. I mean, I've had some friends that have really dug into it, and they've come back and said like I had 2 people tell me it's the most invasive, hungry phone app they've ever seen. That it pulls data in some very clever ways.
Wouldn't surprise me.
But, you know, the flip side is that if TikTok was based in the US, everyone wouldn't care, right? I mean, I guess that's not true. Some people would still care, but I guess my point is that you know, yeah, you need to be careful because of where it's going. But they say the same thing about our apps, so, you know, it's not that they're evil. It's just that, you know, they're doing what we're doing, and we don't like it when other people do it to us. So, you know, but it doesn't mean we're going to stop doing it to them.
Oh, that's going to bug me.
I would like to take this opportunity to compliment Zero Cool on their handle. Like that's actually a clever tie-in. You ever seen that movie Hackers, Dave?
Nope.
It's a fun movie. Has absolutely nothing in it that has anything to do with reality, but it's a funny movie.
Perfect save. All right, our TikTok is created. We just got no content on it now.
Well, I'm gonna see how it goes. You know, I mean, if people like getting a snippet of the UFO news, and because the thing is that they make it so easy that like what I'm discovering is that for me, like to, after we're done tonight, to just like pop out that phone and just record this like a 2-minute thing, it probably takes 5 minutes altogether, right? So it's not that big of a deal, and so. If I can put up, 3 videos a week or something, if people like it and watch it, cool. If they don't, no harm, no foul. I don't, I can stop, it's all good.
Right.
And I mean, and Dan Warren's he's got, 65,000 followers now. So, it's a pretty good chunk of people, right?
Good for him.
Yeah, no, totally. No, absolutely. Totally. I mean, when you get down to it, Dan himself brought up a good point when he was on your show, which, if any of you missed that, I really recommend you go watch it. It was a great show. He says he's not really sure TikTok, that the exchange rate for TikTok users to YouTube users are equal, right? But you compare, 64. I don't know how many people in this community have 64,000 followers on YouTube. Even on Twitter, I don't know. I think Jeremy Corbell's got a boatload of followers, but I don't know. It's and the question is how many of those followers are actually really paying attention.
Very true. Very true. I got to go into tonight's show. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to edit this, and then I'm going to go here. Go like this.
Like I find on Twitter about 5%. About 5% of the people that they register as eyes on that Twitter post, like views on that Twitter post, only about 5% of the people actually engage with the post. So a 5% return, it's not all that great.
There. Now I can save it. So that way, when I copy the outline for tomorrow's show, it's not going to work.
Advocate, I think the idea was weaponizing his wallet, but
he's gone quiet lately.
Yeah, he has. But with Jeremy, what that means is he's working on something. That's usually what that means. It usually means he's working on something. And and I really wish people would put Jeremy in the right context. It's wrong to think of Jeremy as a UFO person, right? He's not. He's a filmmaker, right? And he's kind of a shock filmmaker. He likes to do abrasive, in your face kind of shocking, material. And he just happened to end up doing a bunch of documentaries that fall into our field. But that's not his nature is not, that of a UFO researcher, right? He's a filmmaker, I think the only he's actually a lot like Kurt over at Theories of Everything, from that point of view. But so a lot of his behavior, I think, makes perfect sense when you consider that he's a filmmaker. He's not a UFO researcher.
Very true. Very true. Hey, Obi Flett, how you doing? Mondacaroni, the good American treat right there. Oh, there's Chud Smith. Well, John, I think it's that time. I've hit my wall.
It's all good, my friend. It's actually 1:15. I'm impressed you made it this far. So
Me too, man. Tomorrow night on the show, we have a good show. Chris Reinhardt is going to join us. We're talking discovering Sasquatch. He's
cool.
a great Bigfoot researcher. Great Bigfoot researcher. And I'm very proud to have him back on. Really am.
Back to
And
Sasquatch.
so I'm very, very happy to get him back on to talk some Sasquatch. It's been a while since we had a Sasquatch show on. So,
Hey, Dave, real quick.
yeah.
That Ohio video that came out, you know, that one, that short little one where like you see him walking and so forth, right? Like,
Yeah.
what is the best way to find out what the latest is on that? Like, has anyone made any progress? Like, what's a good resource?
Let's ask him tomorrow night.
Okay.
And my rant tomorrow night, my Dave 101, is going to be about Anjali tomorrow. I think I need to do that. Talk experiencer to experiencer. And I'm going to take some notes on that because I don't want to make it look like I'm picking on her, but
I haven't watched it yet, so I can't say for sure it's worth it, but I suggest you watch that video she did. I think it was today or yesterday, where it's like 14 minutes long. It was like, oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you think? I mean, she was up against 4 wolves when you really get down to it. So did she defend herself reasonably?
I think she held her own.
Okay. Well, that says something.
Yeah. I think she held her own. So I think she did well.
All
right. Tomorrow night, we're talking Bigfoot. Chris Reinhardt will be with us. It's going to be a fun show. And I'm looking forward to it. And yeah. Thank you to Chad Smith, Todd Purdon, Lynn Soes, R&R, The Dirt Road, Thomas Fessler, and Big Bad Simon from Australia for the amazing super chats tonight. It's a great way to support what we do on this show. Do me a favor as well. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Leave a comment below and let us know what you thought of tonight's show or any comments that we made. That's always kind of cool. And a big thank you to everyone following us on social media. If you haven't already, on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. My personal handles on Twitter and Facebook, Twitter and Instagram at Spaced Out Radio. That's at Dave Scott SOR. I'm tired. And our new TikTok channel, Spaced Out Radio. So make sure you go hit subscribe there, even though we have no videos as of yet. So thank you to all our new listeners, all the veterans out there. You always have a safe home with us. Much love to each and every one of you. John, great job as per usual tonight, buddy.
Thank you, sir. And everyone, I'm posting right now into the chat what the link is to the notes. So it's in the chat now. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
John, take care. I'm off to bed.